Chapter 4714. Only 1 month had passed since the 3-month deadline set by the Master of the Magic Hall. There were still 2 months left before the meeting with the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, the last notice that the Federation of Human Beings sent to the idle families and forces of the humankind that stayed outside the original world fragment was also 1 month. Also, in other words, if the Master of the Sky River Star, Xianxia, did not return to the Human Race Federation with his army in a month's time, the Human Race Federation would send troops to suppress him. At that time, there was still 1 month left before the meeting with the Master of the Magic Hall. It was enough for the Human Federation to reorganize the forces that had suddenly expanded after the punitive expedition by the various idle forces. Unknowingly, there were rumors in the outside world that the Human Race Federation's only target this time was the Master of the Sky River Star, Xianxia. This was the truth, and anyone with a discerning eye could easily see. Under such circumstances, all the forces, including the other 4 of the Big 5 alliances, immediately focused their attention on the remote corner occupied by the Master of the Sky River Star, Xianxia, his army, and the families that followed him. Counter, however, the mysterious Magic Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun had not made any moves in the past month. It seemed to have turned a blind eye to the actions of all the major races and forces in the outside world. For a time, the experts from all sides paid less attention to the Magic Hall. Sky River Star, Sky River Star. This place was actually not called the Sky River Star, and the huge life star in the center was not called the Sky River Star either. It originally belonged to a remnant tribe and was a remnant star domain, but old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had changed its name after the Milky Way Army and the Victorious Return Army joined forces with the Demonkin race and the Nether Turtle race to capture this place. Heaven's the Sky River Star was located in a remote corner of this chaos fragment, but it was still hundreds of millions of miles wide and had countless life stars and ferocious beasts. Heaven's the Milky Way Star was located in the central region of this star field. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and Naples, who were currently in charge of the Milky Way Army and the Victorious Return Army in Xianxia's place, were stationed on the Milky Way Star. The Heavenly River Army and the Victorious Return Army are in the vicinity of the Heavenly River planet. Here, the left region behind the star field was the Demon race. Back to his right was the Nether Turtle clan. In the first half of the star field, a large number of clans and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky had come because of the Sky River Star Master. They were scattered, and there were quite a number of them. There were many places where itinerant cultivators gathered. All in all, it was full of vitality and prosperity. However, whether it was the Dark Tortoise clan, the Demon tribe, or the various forces and families that had gathered here for no apparent reason, none of them were vassals of Xianxia, the Master of the Heavenly River Star. There was no subordinate relationship between them. They had only gathered here because they shared the same interests. Although they had not formed any close alliance, they were not like a sheet of loose sand. The cohesion between them was not bad. The ancestors of the Dark Tortoise clan and the Demon tribe had not shown themselves in these past few years. For example, the Dark Tortoise clan ancestor and the Demon Emperor Modtian were said to be in seclusion. Their current strength was unknown. Ming, the leader of the Dark Tortoise clan today, was the clan leader Ming Jiao, who was now an emperor. Demon, the current leader of the human race, was the current generation Demon Emperor Modtian, and his current strength was emperor level. Arrival Yuan too was now a titled Undying. However, no one knew whether he had cultivated to this level or recovered it. Arrival as for that Bulianchi, he was still only an emperor. Other than that, the Heavenly River Star Master Xianxia had another important figure under his command, Du Wenxian. Xianxia had met him in the Demon tribe's Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, but everything had changed. Now, Du Wendu had become the brain of the Victorious Return Army and the Heavenly River Legion. His strength had also reached the Emperor level. Arrival, the members of the Brain Trust, were basically all officials and emperors. These guys were the elites of various races that Xianxia had released from the bottom of the Black Wind battleship. There were more than 10,000 of them. Over the past few years, all the forces in the Heavenly River Star Zone had not expanded and were instead focused on cultivating. However, They had always been paying close attention to the situation in the outside world. The scouts that were sent out naturally went back and forth endlessly. They never stopped. Thus, the scouts were sent back and forth. Therefore, all the great beings in the heavenly river star were able to know everything that happened in the outside world immediately. Right now, the situation in the void fragment of the untainted land had changed so much in just 1 month. Naturally, they were aware of it. Previously, when a master of the magic hall had issued an edict requesting all the high-ranking officials above the level of emperor, it had caused an uproar in the heavenly river star zone. Then, the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 races, the Ferocious Beast Alliance, the Survivor Alliance, and the Human Federation were established one after another. All the great beings in the heavenly river star zone were talking about it, but they were not exactly shocked. They just watched quietly like outsiders. However, just 1 day ago, the scouts sent out by the Heavenly River Legion suddenly sent a message. They said it was that the newly established Human Federation had suddenly issued an order, requesting all the great and small forces and sects of the human clan to gather. Those who disobeyed would be judged as traitors of the human clan. In 1 month, the Human Federation would launch a crusade. Their spearhead was clearly directed at the Heavenly River Legion, the Victorious Return Legion, and the various small forces of the human clan that had gathered in the Heavenly River Star Zone, as well as the rogue cultivators. This matter immediately caused a great disturbance in the Heavenly River Star, such as the strength of the Human Federation was obvious to all. If they launched a crusade against the Heavenly River Star Zone, the result was self-evident. There was no suspense at all. It could be said that Xianxia, the Lord of the Heavenly River Star, had no chance of winning at all. Under such circumstances, not only the various forces that had gathered in the Heavenly River Star, but also the leaders of the various families could not sit still. They all came to the Heavenly River Star, requesting to see the Lord of the Heavenly River Star, Xianxia. Even the higher-ups of the Hell Turtle clan and the Demon Man clan had hurried over. The leader of the Demon Man clan was the current Demon Emperor, Wuxia. His strength had reached the late stage of the Emperor realm. Accompanying him was the Demon Man Imperial Uncle, who had reached the Emperor realm. There were also some higher-ups of the Demon Man clan who had basically reached the Emperor realm. Among them, one could see the figure of the Demon Emperor Guard Commander, Xianxia. This guy had been possessed by Wen Xing long ago. He originally wanted to use this method to get close to Xianxia, but he never found the opportunity. Later, he lay dormant among the Demon Man clan. Unexpectedly, he had followed him to this void fragment of the untainted land. The strength he displayed now was actually at Emperor level as well. However, the only thing was, yes, on the surface he displayed the strength of an Emperor realm. Was it his true strength, or was it just to match the identity of Xianxia? No one knew. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4715. In addition to this team from the demon race, a second team was approaching from another direction. This team came from the Dark Turtle clan, and there were only a dozen of them. The leader was the patriarch of the Dark Turtle clan, Mingjiu. He was a titled emperor, and the elders behind him were all titled emperors or emperors. Of course, they weren't displaying their bloodline true bodies. Instead, they had transformed into human appearances. They all looked like hunched old men, which was quite interesting. What was surprising was that in addition to that, there was a third team coming from the area directly behind the Scarver sector. The leader was a burly man with red eyes and a ferocious face. His cultivation base was already at the level of a titled emperor. There were a dozen people behind him, and they were all titled emperors or emperors. If they saw this person, even Xianxia would be shocked. He was obviously the Mad Mosquito Emperor. In fact, the entire Blood Mosquito race had been brought to this void fragment by the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and they had been hibernating in this Sky River Star field. The outside world only knew that Xianxia had the Dark Turtle and the Demon race, but they didn't know that there was also the Blood Mosquito race. Dang! However, the strongest warrior of the Blood Mosquito race was the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Unlike the demon race and the dark turtle race, they still had their ancestors from various eras, especially the dark turtle race. Their ancestor was a giant void turtle, and he was a pinnacle desolate master. In fact, the demon race couldn't compare to the dark turtle race in terms of ancestor level. They were more or less the same as the blood mosquito race. Mosquito, Old 2, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the first-generation Demon Emperor, Mo Zhutan, were all from the same generation. Dang! In the beginning, the guest from the mother planet, who was Xing Bo, had a total of 5 followers and descendants of his clan. Among them, there were 3 juniors from the human race and 2 ferocious beasts. One of them was the weeping soul blood ape, and the other was the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito. Among the 5 followers, 3 of them had left their bloodlines in the 3 main planes of the universe, and then left with Xing Bo to the Hongmeng Void. Among them, one of them was the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito emperor, the father of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body. Now, the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body had entered a nesting star. When the next Hongmeng era began, he would become a powerful chaos demon god like Yi Xian's strongest body. The father of the original body, the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito emperor, had possessed his own grandson, Prince Shueben, and was nowhere to be found. As for the other 2 pursuers, one of them had left behind Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's true body. Of course, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's true body was a loner, and so was Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. He had no descendants. Now, Old Man Mosquito Butcher's original body had also been possessed by his own father, and his whereabouts were also unknown. As for the follower of Xing Bo who left behind the devil person bloodline, he and another person had already died in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land in the primordial chaos void, their souls scattered. This follower of Xingbua had left behind a descendant in one of the 3 main planes of the universe. In other words, his son was the first-generation Demon Emperor. By from this, it could be seen that there was no one with a higher seniority than the first Demon Emperor in the demon race. However, the Demon Emperors after the first Demon Emperor were still in hibernation. It had already been tens of thousands of years, so it was possible that there was no one with a higher cultivation base than the first Demon Emperor at this moment, as the leaders of the Hell Turtles, the Demons, and the Blood Mosquito clans arrived. Representatives of various families and forces in the front lines of the Scarver sector, as well as representatives of various rogue cultivators, also arrived and entered the atmosphere of the Scarver planet from all directions. They landed on the tallest peak in the planet. Over there, Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenxuan had built a huge palace, and they were living extremely comfortably. Only Old Man Mosquito Emperor, Naples, Du Wenxuan, Mo Wentian, Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the others seemed to be sitting in the main seats. Seated on both sides and below were the high-level members of the major families, forces, and rogue cultivator organizations who had gathered in the Sky River sector to live in this place. Among them were the Xian Yuan family, the Duanmu family, and Bodhi Technology. Old Man Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, and Bodhi Nun, the leader of Bodhi Technology, were all emperors now. Beside them were the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. These 3 girls were all Marquis Undyings now. Originally, Marquis Undyings weren't qualified to sit there. They had to be at least emperors. But the relationship between the 3 of them and Yi Xian was extraordinary. Everyone knew that and saw them as Yi Xian's companions. Therefore, not only were they qualified to sit there, but they also looked at them differently. They didn't look at them as if they were juniors. Over the years, everyone present had become familiar with each other. They didn't dare to say that they were like a family, but they were not that different. You Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were very familiar with Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Du Wenxuan, and the others. Therefore, there was naturally no need to be polite and avoid taboo topics in their conversation. That would make them seem distant. Here, after sitting down, the 3 girls looked around. When they saw that Yi Xian still hadn't appeared, their faces darkened. What? In fact, over the past few decades, Every time they came out of seclusion, they would come to Old Man Mosquito Butcher and make trouble for him. They wanted to see Xian, but they were all stopped. The reason was very simple. He was in seclusion and hadn't come out. Before they had seen this at least 17 or 18 times. If the three of them hadn't been in seclusion for the past few decades, they would have made a scene. However, this time, Yi Xian still didn't appear even though the Skyriver Star region was in such a huge crisis. The anger in the hearts of the three girls was immediately released. Their faces darkened, and they all turned to Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenxuan. They didn't know what to do. Where's Yi Xian? Did he die in the cave residence? It's been several decades. He should have finished his seclusion, right? If we don't ask him to come out, I won't remember what he looks like. Old man, don't try to fool us this time. Either ask him to come out, or take us to where he's secluded himself. Yes or no, this is an unusual situation. The crisis is imminent, and it must be solved. What's the use of him continuing his seclusion? It's only been several decades. Can he produce a supreme primordial master in seclusion? Humph! Not to mention supreme primordial master. If he can produce a supreme primordial master in a few decades, I'll even wash his feet. Hearing this, the others looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, they didn't say anything to stop them. Instead, they all looked at Old Man Mosquito Butcher and the other two. Obviously, they all had the same thought. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4716. Everyone's gazes converged on him, including the Devil Emperor Mo Wentian, the imperial uncle of the Devil Cultivator, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Ming Jiao, and the Mad Mosquito Emperor. In an instant, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenxuan felt an incomparably heavy pressure. They exchanged glances, and a helpless and bitter smile appeared on their faces. They knew that this time, they wouldn't be able to cover it up. Old Two, what's going on? Wentian frowned. After all these years, he had become familiar with Mosquito Butcher. Although Mosquito Butcher was of the same generation as the Devil Emperor, Wentian still addressed him as such. At this moment, when he saw the expressions of the three people, he seemed to have realized something and immediately asked, "That's right. Why don't we quickly call him out?" Human Emperor Uncle continued the conversation and rolled his eyes. Even if he is weak, that kid has always been bullying the strong. Don't forget that he still has his Shun known treasure cauldron. If he can reach the level of a universe master with his treasure cauldron and the various great warriors, he might be able to survive this crisis. What's more, that kid always has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Even if he can't fight him head-on, he might have other ways. That's right. Our Nether Turtle clan's bloodline primordial ancestor, the Void Turtle, has not returned since he left. Although there are almighty beings among the slumbering ancestors in the clan, they are in deep slumber and cannot be awakened. The Nether Turtle Patriarch, Ming Jiao, nodded and continued. Now, it would seem like we can only summon that kid to discuss this matter with him, no matter what. He really does have many tricks up his sleeve, and we'll have a backbone with him around. Now that things have come to this point, they could only either hand over the person or hand over Yi Xian's place of seclusion. Viewed in truth, these 2 points were something that Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenxuan were unable to accomplish. After exchanging glances again, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher turned to look outside. Du Wenxuan closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. He was clearly leaving the mess to Naples to clean up. His face was filled with grief and indignation as he glared fiercely at the 2 old men. After that, he faintly sighed and finally spoke the truth. Cough, cough. Everyone, since we come to this point, there's no need for us to hide anything anymore. Coughing lightly, Naples suddenly let out a long sigh. Star Master, he sighed. When they heard this, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru immediately stood up in shock. Their faces were filled with shock, anger, and speechlessness. What? Yi Xian is dead? Impossible, Naples. How dare you use such words to deceive me? Do you believe that I won't pinch your... That's too fake. That guy is a scourge. No matter who dies, he won't die. Haven't you heard of scourges staying for 1,000 years? Buttles was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His face was full of anger. When did I say he was dead? Didn't he just sigh? Why hasn't he started yet? Aren't you three girls too worried about him? You scared me. Only then did the three girls come to their senses. Their cheeks immediately flushed red as they glared at him fiercely. Then, they quickly sat down and didn't make a sound. In fact, Star Master has already entered the void of this fragment of the primitive world long ago. He entered before any of us. This time, Naples sighed helplessly. He spread his hands and said, "Do you remember the situation when the big void crack appeared in the Shadow Devil Star area of the second universe? At that time, the space-time wormhole leading to the second universe was blocked by the races of the second universe at the exit. In fact, Star Master had already entered the second universe long ago. It can be said that the first batch of scouts from the races of the second universe entered almost at the same time as him. Now, the first batch of scouts who entered the second universe have either died long ago, or some wreckage of battleships can be seen in the void from time to time, or they have attached themselves to the Magic Hall, including the second batch of experts who entered the second universe. It seems that they have also attached themselves to the Magic Hall. But don't worry, everyone. With Star Master's temper, he naturally wouldn't do such a shameful thing. According to my guess, he is now either in seclusion somewhere in this void or using another identity to blend in with other forces. The Ferocious Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance are the most likely. The Magic Hall can't be ruled out either. As for the other alliances established by the races and forces of the three main dimensions of the starry sky, that's basically impossible. For Star Master, there's no need to do that at all. It's meaningless, that's right. That's the logic. Seeing that Naples had finished the most difficult part, old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, who had turned to look in the distance, retracted his gaze at this time and glanced at the high-level members of the various parties present, nodding. That kid has always liked to do this kind of thing. Everyone shouldn't have forgotten his criminal record, right? First, he pretended to be Prince Xian. Then, he ran to the demon tribe and pretended to be a demon. Later, he even became young Master Linghu. Then, there's that patriarch of the Een demon tribe. He made their tribe leader, the Een Emperor, go crazy. Oh, right, there's also the primordial little demon ape in the source of all evil Starfield. Everyone, even those ferocious beasts in the starry sky, were fooled by him. The most infuriating thing is that this guy is obviously a human with flesh and blood, but he ran to the Tianji tribe to pretend to be their young clan leader and succeeded. In the end, he came up with the title of the Seven Great Evildoers. To put it bluntly, he did all kinds of immoral things now that he's in this void fragment of the chaos world. He came so early. We've been here for decades, but there's no news of him at all. With his temperament, this is absolutely illogical. So, according to my guess, after entering here, he should have resumed his old business and changed his identity. I wonder who he's harming now. Judging from his misdeeds in the past, the one who caused the most trouble would be the most suspicious, he said. At this point, old Devil Mosquito Butcher rolled his eyes. However, this void fragment of the chaos world is too vast. It's impossible to accurately lock onto a suspect. Who knows? The master of the Magic Hall might be him. Who knows? Plop, plop. Just as he finished speaking, there was a large number of plop sounds coming from all around. Previously, everyone present had already been stunned by the news that Yi Xian had actually escaped from the Golden Cicada's carapace and entered the void fragment of the great desolate world. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Now that they suddenly heard old Devil Mosquito Butcher say that the master of the Magic Hall, who had beaten up the four powerful desolate supremacies, was most likely Yi Xian, this was too daring. They were really shocked. For a moment, they couldn't stand steadily, and many people fell to the ground. This was really the rhythm of being shocked. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4717. Old Devil 2. And the one with the surname, You're Really Something? Nothing happened. Yes. You three old fogies are too evil. You tricked us sisters so much. After a moment of silence, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru finally came back to their senses. Immediately, they roared like lions from Hudong and were about to charge at the trio. The three old guys felt guilty and quickly shrank their necks. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Their faces were full of innocence. Good. In front of Old Man Xinyuan and Old Man Duanmu, Master Bodhi pulled the three girls back and glared at them. Only then did they not make a scene for the time being. But seeing how the three girls were glaring at Old Devil 2 and the others, they knew that this matter was not over yet. When the discussion was over, the three of them would definitely not be able to escape and would be taught a lesson. After the commotion, the hall fell silent again. What fellow Taoist 2 said makes sense. Soon, the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian spoke. He nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist, Yi is not a reckless person. Although he is wild, he has never suffered losses. Although he is definitely not the master of the magic hall. As fellow Taoist 2 said, he has most likely infiltrated a powerful force and is temporarily hibernating. Although we don't know what his purpose and plan is, there's one thing we can be sure of. That is, he must know about the current predicament of the Skyriver sector. If it is really extremely dangerous, he will definitely show up or send a message. If he doesn't, it can only mean that he doesn't think it is necessary. In other words, this crisis is nothing to him at all. Or he is sure that we can get through it safely." That's a bit mysterious. Speaking up to this point, Mo Wentian paused and looked around at the crowd. After that, he continued, "But everyone, think about everything that happened to him in the past. Not to mention anything else. Just the experience of tormenting the devil cultivators in the past. Even now, I am still deeply moved. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Fellow Taoist, Yi is known as one of the 7 great evildoers. His way of doing things is naturally different from ours. It is normal that we don't understand. But remember one thing, we must trust him." Everyone nodded. Although Mo Wentian didn't say much, when everyone was reminded by him, they immediately remembered everything that had happened to Yi Xian. Whether it was him entering the devil domain by himself, or him impersonating Prince Xian, he had fooled the entire immortal dynasty. Even the entire human clan and all the races of the 3 universes were crazy for him. All of this, who among the people present could do it? Since he was in the void of the fragment of the untainted land, he must have known about the crisis that the Milky Way star area was facing. Since he did not show up or send a message, it was okay for others not to know or understand what he meant. But as his own people, if they could not guess what he was thinking, it would be a little unreasonable. However, all of this was just a guess. However, just as the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian had said, based on Yi Xian's past, it was enough to make everyone present believe in this guess. This kind of belief was not because of their own expectations, but because of their confidence in Yi Xian. After whispering to each other, the venue fell into silence again. While, at this time, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were the first to speak, although they were still angry. "No matter what you think, I believe that guy is not dead, and he knows everything. Yes, at this moment, he is hiding somewhere and secretly laughing. Yes, yes, yes. Such a peerless disaster. Everyone is dead, but he can't die." Needless to say, although the words of these 3 girls weren't pleasant to hear, their words were astonishingly accurate. They understood Yi Xian best. There was no need for the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian to express his opinion. He was the one who said those words just now. After exchanging a look with the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Ming Jiao, the leader of the Dark Turtle clan, also expressed his opinion one after another. "Although, young friend, he has not had much contact with our Dark Turtle clan, we have confidence in him in this matter. That guy and my prince are brothers, and he has taken my prince away. It seems too late to say that we don't believe him now. I also express my support." Hearing this, the leaders of the other big clans and rogue cultivators also expressed their support for the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian. In that case, there is nothing more to say. Let's go back and prepare for the battle. At this critical moment, the old devil mosquito butcher stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He snorted and said, "No matter what means that guy has to ensure that our Skyriver sector will not be defeated, We can't be unprepared. The Human Federation? How dare you order us around like this? Who do you think you are? At most, we will fight. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, some small human clan forces, small clans, and rogue cultivators scattered all over the void of this untainted world fragment, gathered one after another, and joined the Human Federation. But there was still no movement in the Sky River sector. In addition to the Sky River Army, the Victorious Return Army, the Dark Turtle Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Blood Mosquito Clan, which was unknown to the outside world, there were indeed many small human clan forces, small clans, and even small groups formed by rogue cultivators, but they did not leave during this month. Really, if they knew how to leave, they would not have come in the first place for the Human Clan Alliance. This was a slap in the face. At least, it did not give them any face. Therefore, among the 11 ancients of the Human Clan Alliance, the Red Mighty, who belonged to the original headquarters of the Wanluo Federation and was not a human, but a powerful, ferocious beast bloodline, had become enraged and roared as soon as the 1-month deadline passed. Under such circumstances, the crusade against the Sky River sector was unavoidable and imperative. Two did not show up. This was agreed upon at the beginning. Even if he showed up now, it was impossible to stop and persuade them. Just in the second day after the 1-month deadline, Red Mighty had already given the order. The Sunlan fleet, which belonged to the original headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, assembled a powerful army composed of 10 million strongholds and sailed out of the void space territory of the Human Federation. This army of 10 million strongholds was under the command of Red Mighty. However, the commander-in-chief of the army was the Overwatch Council of the original Wanluo Federation, Long Huai, who had the immortal royal bloodline. If, today, Long Huai was already a Universe Knight and the commander of the Blue Fleet. Although he had only mobilized 10 million strongholds this time, since there was a powerful being in charge and the person he was going to attack was the Sky River Star Master, Yixian, Long Huai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Hong, long. Amidst the earth-shaking rumbles, this huge army of strongholds sailed out of the void space territory controlled by the Human Federation and rushed toward the Sky River sector. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4718. Boom. Rumble. Amidst the earth-shattering rumbles, a huge army of fortresses sailed out of the void star field controlled by the Human Federation and headed for the Sky River star field. This army was composed of tens of millions of fortresses, large and small. The smallest battleship was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. When these tens of millions of fortresses gathered together, they covered the sky and covered the earth, occupying a large area of the void star field. It was an eye-catching sight. Its momentum was extremely astonishing and could be said to be extremely powerful. Just now, after rushing out of the void star field controlled by the Human Federation, some scout battleships and ferocious beasts appeared in the void star field in the distance. Most of them were from the Starry Sky Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, the Ferocious Beasts Alliance, and the Remnant People Alliance. Of course, there were also some from idle forces that had not joined the Starry Sky Alliance. As for the Sky River Star Field, they were ready to fight anyway. Moreover, there was basically no turning back this time. Therefore, Mosquito Butcher simply ordered all the scouts to withdraw. He was too lazy to bother with the rest. Even the Magic Hall of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun did not send any scouts. The Magic Hall had always been an overlord, so it was beneath them to send scouts to spy on the movements of other forces and organizations. Even if they wanted to collect information outside, they would do so openly. There was nothing to hide. The fleet moved westward at full speed. Tens of millions of fortresses, large and small, opened all the kinetic energy cabins. As the Blue Fleet continued to move forward, a large number of scout fleets, starships, and ferocious beasts could be seen in the distance on its left, right, and rear. They had been following the fleet and had not left. On the one hand, this battle was really exciting. On the other hand, the significance of this battle was really extraordinary. All the forces wanted to know the exact results as soon as possible, as well as the details of what had happened. After 5 days of interstellar travel, the powerful Blue Fleet finally arrived at the edge of the Skyriver star field. At this time, there were only 25 days left before the time limit set by the Master of the Magic Hall. After this battle, Xianxia, the Lord of the Sky River Star, and his army had to return to the Human Federation to reorganize and reorganize. It could be said that time was tight. Therefore, as soon as the fleet arrived and stopped at the edge of the Skyriver sector in the form of a battle formation, Mighty Hong's figure flashed, and he immediately walked out of the control cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress where he was in command and came to the void of the universe outside. While furthermore, he had come out alone. As for the commander-in-chief of the Blue Fleet, Long Huai, he had remained in the flagship fortress and had not shown himself. Seeing the appearance of the Red Mighty, the scouts of the various forces on the left, right, and back of the void in the distance instantly gasped and continued to exclaim, "The mighty figures of the remote antiquity era? How is this possible? Isn't that a little too generous? I originally thought that the most powerful person in the Blue Fleet would at most be a Universe Supreme. I didn't expect him to be a powerful person from the primordial era. You should know that in the entire Human Federation, there are only a total of 11 powerful people from the primordial era in this fragment of the void of the Chaos Land. Just based on this point alone, it has already shown their attitude and determination. It seems that the Human Federation is determined to win this time. I'm afraid that Xianxia, the Lord of the Sky River Star, is in danger. As a member of the human clan, he actually wanted to establish his own power. How could the higher-ups of the human clan sit by and do nothing about this? Although he wasn't the only one like this, who asked him to be the only one who was causing the most commotion right now? Unknowingly, he already has such a huge family business. Of course, it's enviable. It's a pity that although Xianxia, the Lord of the Sky River Star, has established a large family business, there isn't a single powerful person from the primordial era in the Sky River Star sector. There isn't even a Universe Supreme. If the Abyss Turtle race and the Demon race don't wake up their ancestors this time, I'm afraid that Xianxia will be wiped out. The Human Federation is indeed powerful. Although there isn't a Primordial Era Supreme, there are 11 powerful people from the Primordial Era, and there are many Primordial Era Supreme ancestors who are sleeping behind them. The other alliances don't want to provoke them easily. I'm afraid that even the Magic Hall is very afraid of them. Boom, 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 boom. Along with these exclamations, an earth-shattering roar came from the Sky River Star sector in front of them at this moment. Everyone stopped talking and looked over with rapt attention. In the Sky River Star sector, huge armies were rumbling toward them. At the most in front of them was a powerful battleship army, led by a million-class star fortress, which had a diameter of 1 million meters and looked like a terrifying star. Behind the million-class star fortress were 50 million fortresses, big and small, spread out in the starry sky. In front of them, the million-class star fortresses in the front were the victorious Return Legion, while the 50 million fortresses behind them were the Sky River Legion. Compared to when they were in the third universe, they had already been reborn and transformed. While behind these two huge battleships, there was an overwhelming army of Abyss Turtles. There were at least 10 million Abyss Turtles, and all of them had shown their bloodline true bodies. On the left was an army of Battle Trolls, all of which were blood-red spirit Battle Trolls. There were a total of 1 million of them. Over the years, the Demon race had been inspired by Xianxia to give up their original Starry Sky battleships and develop their own Battle Trolls, forming an assembly line. The spirit Battle Trolls produced by the Demon race were all guarded by the Demon race and could be used to attack the Demon race's spirit Battle Trolls. Although their power was far inferior to that of the spirit Battle Trolls in Xianxia's hands, they were more powerful than ordinary large fortresses. On the left was an army of blood mosquito beasts. There were so many of them that it was impossible to estimate. The blood mosquito beasts had an amazing reproductive ability. After the Mad Mosquito Emperor took them and moved them to this void fragment of the untainted land, Over the years, they could be said to have multiplied endlessly in the Sky River Star area. Behind the demon battle trolls and the blood mosquito beasts on the left and right sides, there were a large number of fortresses, big and small. Even the Stella-level battleships that were 3,000 meters long were here. There were so many of them that they extended to the deepest part of the Sky River Star area. These battleships belonged to the various forces of the human race and other races that had come to the Sky River Star area in recent years. From this scene, it could be seen that the Sky River Star area had basically turned out in full force this time. Anyway, when the nest was overturned, no egg would be left intact. They might as well go all out and fight to the death, of course. They were also looking forward to the appearance of the Sky River Star Lord, Xianxia, or some kind of effective arrangement. Whoosh, swish, swish, swish. With this kind of expectation, old ghost mosquito butcher, the devil emperor Mo Wentan, the demon uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle tribe, Ming Jiao, the mad mosquito emperor, and other higher-ups rushed out of the flagship at the same time and came to the front of their own camp side by side. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they looked at Mighty Hong, who was standing opposite them with his hands behind his back. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4719. A group of undying emperors? There was not even a single universe knight. Are you here to make fun of us? Seeing old devil mosquito butcher and the others standing side by side in the void in front of the Heavenly River camp, it was obvious that they were the highest level of the Heavenly River camp's commander. The red-haired mighty figure was stunned for a moment before he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha! This is truly the funniest scene I have ever seen. At this moment, he even regretted leading the army himself. A group of undying emperors didn't match his status as a great being of the primordial era at all. As a great being, it was too degrading to face such a group of good-for-nothings. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the great beings on the left and right sides of the Sunlan fleet and the scouts from the other alliances and powers were shocked. After a brief moment of sluggishness, soft voices filled with puzzlement rang out like a tide. What's going on? The upper echelons of the Milky Way sector are just a group of undying emperors? This is too much of a joke. Where's the ancestor of the Dark Turtle race? Where's the ancestor of the Demon race? Why haven't they woken up the ancestor of their race? Do they really think a group of undying emperors can stop a great being of the primordial era? Not to mention the few of them. Even if there were 10,000 times more of them, they still wouldn't be a match for him. There must be something wrong. Sky River Sector can't be this simple. Do you see the overwhelming number of blood-red mosquito beasts on the right? Those are the fierce mosquito race. We only knew that there were dark turtles and demons in the Milky Way sector, but we didn't know about the fierce mosquito race. The existence of the mosquito race is enough to explain the problem. That's right. The difference in strength is too obvious. Although the Milky Way sector has an absolute advantage in terms of conventional battle power, it can't be compared with the Human Federation at all in terms of high-end battle power. They must know this. They know this, but they still put up such a battle formation. Judging from their momentum, these emperors aren't afraid at all in the face of a powerful being from the primordial era. They don't even have the slightest scruple. This is definitely the case. But they still put up such a battle formation. Yes, there's a problem. Huh? Where's the Milky Way sector master Xianxia? Why didn't he appear? In the past few decades, Xianxia had never appeared in the outside world. He had always been in seclusion in the Sky River domain. It was said that he was in seclusion, but now the Sky River domain was facing such a dangerous situation. It's impossible that he hasn't come out of seclusion yet, right? It is said that this man is extremely difficult to deal with. He is known as one of the 7 great evildoers in the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Could it be that the medicine in the Tiana Star region has something to do with him? But that's not right. Rumor has it that Xianxia, the Milky Way Star Master, has a cultivation level of strength. He doesn't seem that strong, at most an Emperor level undying. Even if he had some miraculous encounters and improved his cultivation by leaps and bounds, he would still only be a Universe Knight. A Universe Master is already the limit. I'm afraid he's still far from being able to contend with a great being from the primordial era. This whole thing is very strange, but one thing is for sure. The Milky Way galaxy's backer must have something to do with him. In fact, that was what the red-haired great being thought. Although he had never met Yi Xian, since he came from one of the three main planes of the starry sky, he had heard of Yi Xian's legendary battle achievements. This was also why he had always been unhappy with Yi Xian. This man was very narrow-minded and arrogant. In his opinion, the so-called 7 great evildoers in the starry sky was simply false praise. An ancient being at the level of a great being from the primordial era was so prejudiced against a well-known junior of the human race that he had never met before. It was obvious how narrow-minded he was. However, although he did not think much of Yi Xian, he could judge from the rumors that he had heard that this man had always been very cunning. Besides, the scene in front of him was too strange and illogical. Naturally, the red-haired great being could not help but feel suspicious. He was only suspicious. However, it was only suspicion. It was impossible to say that he was afraid of him at all. His only worry was that Yi Xian would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Therefore, at this moment, after thinking for a while, the red-haired great being's eyes instantly burst into a cold light. He sneered, "Where is your Milky Way, Star Master Yi? Tell him to come out and kowtow to me. Could it be that he's scared out of his wits and has run away like a coward? It seems that I have to use some means to see if he has really escaped." Roar! At the end of his words, the red-haired great being raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At the same time he roared, his body was like a balloon that was being blown up, rapidly expanding. He was not a human to begin with. His body had the bloodline of a ferocious beast, and it was extremely strong. He had long been atavistic. Now this scene was the rhythm of activating his bloodline true body. This scene was really too shocking. A human elder's body expanded in the blink of an eye, turning into a terrifying, ferocious beast that was more than 10 million feet in size. It was blood red with a pair of thin, transparent wings on its back. However, it was not a ferocious beast, but an insect. This was clearly an extremely huge blood cicada. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took a breath from beginning to end. The red-haired great being's bloodline true body had already appeared. A gigantic blood cicada that was more than 10 million feet long traversed the void, looking extremely ferocious. Moreover, as his bloodline true body appeared, the red-haired great being's cultivation strength was fully activated. A powerful aura unique to a stage 2 great being spread out from his body, and even the void trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Milky Way sector turned their heads and exchanged a look. A trace of panic flashed in the depths of their eyes. Right now, they were completely bluffing. Although they had expectations in their hearts, they were not very confident, not more than 60%. However, although they were anxious, they did not show it on their faces. Instead, they all sighed and used their divine senses to persuade him. "Old man, I advise you to leave. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Although you're only a stage 2 great being, it is not easy to cultivate. It is not worth it to die here like this. If you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer a loss in front of you." Roar! The red-haired great being was furious. A violent, divine, sense voice came from the mouth of the blood cicada. "You still dare to do this when death is at hand. Today, I will crush all of you like ants. Let's see if that kid surnamed you will come out." Boom! Bang! Just as he roared and was about to attack, an extremely clear sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the void above the blood cicada's head. A crack appeared in the void as a finger that looked like a heavenly pillar reached out. It was furry and looked like it was crushing an ant. With a single finger, it struck the blood cicada's back explosion. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the huge blood cicada's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It was actually destroyed by a finger. If you want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidence. Chapter 4720. Boom, bang, high up in the sky, a crack appeared in the void. A finger that looked like a heavenly pillar reached out. It was furry and looked like it was crushing an ant. With a single finger, it struck the blood cicada's back explosion. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion, and the huge blood cicada's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It had been crushed by a finger. This was really what he had just said, crushing an ant. The difference was that he did not crush others like ants, but he himself was crushed into a mist of blood by a hairy finger. This scene happened too suddenly. Not to mention the scouts of the various alliances and forces in the void, even old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the others who were standing at the forefront of the Sky River camp, who were only 200 million kilometers away, were caught off guard. They could not react at all. Everyone subconsciously opened their mouths wide, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this scene. The expressions on their faces were extremely dull, as if they had just been struck by lightning. An extremely powerful second stage mighty figure was gone just like that. Not only was he killed in an instant, but he was also crushed by a finger? Good heavens! What kind of existence was the owner of this hairy finger? Mosquito Butcher and the others had originally hoped that Xianxia would appear, but at this moment, although the situation was indeed developing in the direction they had hoped for, and even better, but in their hearts, none of them believed that this was Xianxia's doing. No matter how monstrous he was, it was impossible for him to grow to the point where he could kill a second-stage mighty figure with a finger in just a few decades, right? This was definitely a supreme, primordial-level existence. If someone told old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the others that Xianxia's battle strength had indeed reached the supreme primordial level, the only result would be a scolding. Countless experts in the entire Sky River sector, including the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, absolutely did not believe it. However, although the person who had attacked could not be Xian, he must be related to him in some way. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? The Sky River sector had just faced a life-and-death crisis, and suddenly, an extremely powerful supreme primordial happened to be kind and save them. Even the worst melodrama in history could not make up such a plot. Rumble, just as everyone was in a state of extreme shock, an earth-shattering roar came from high up in the void again. The hairy finger that was like a giant pillar, holding up the sky, retracted into the void crack, but then a figure rushed out of the crack. The figure was only about 3 feet tall. It was obviously a ferocious ape. Such an appearance was too iconic. Everyone in this fragment of the void knew who it was. Who else could it be other than the mysterious master of the magic hall? Since it was him, it was completely understandable that he had killed the level 2 supreme primordial blood cicada with 1 finger. For the master of the magic hall, this was not a problem at all. It was indeed like killing an ant. Whoosh! At this moment, as the figure appeared, the ferocious ape immediately waved his hand, and in an instant, an invisible force extended out. In the blink of an eye, it rolled up the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the supreme primordial blood cicada's body and absorbed it into its body. Xian already had 10 supreme primordial blood essences, and with this one, he had 11. If there were no accidents, he would be able to produce 1 more when refining the level 29 supreme primordial elixir. Of course, he would not waste it. This time, he had to come no matter what. He could not just stand by and watch the people of the Sky River sector suffer. But in fact, even he did not expect that the Human Federation would actually send a powerful level 2 supreme primordial blood cultivator, and it happened to be a ferocious beast. Now that he had obtained a supreme primordial blood essence, because of this, it was an unexpected bonus. However, he didn't want to reveal his identity at the moment. Therefore, he had to give a reasonable reason for this attack. Otherwise, the people in the Sky River Star Field would be able to guess his identity, not to mention the outside world. Whether it was the old devil mosquito butcher, the demon royal uncle, or the mad mosquito emperor, they were not so easy to fool. Moreover, now that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were in the Skyriver sector, with their mischievous nature, as long as Yixian gave a slightly flawed reason, it would be seen through. However, regarding this, Yixian was obviously prepared and was not worried. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, he rolled up the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the supreme primordial blood cicada's body. After absorbing it into his body, the eyes of the ferocious ape, which was only a few feet long, flashed, and he turned to look at the experts in the void. He scratched his nose and said with a lazy expression, "I was just passing by, but that old bastard in the void said that he had a nest of bastards in the Skyriver sector, and it seems that they are about to suffer. Although that old bastard in the void is not loyal, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Now that this crisis has been resolved, it's time for me to leave. You all, take care of yourselves." With that, the ferocious ape did not look at the huge army in the void at the edge of the Skyriver sector. With a flash of his body, he disappeared in an instant and was no longer seen. It was only at this moment that the great beings in the void finally regained their senses. In front of them, the dark blue fleet formed by tens of millions of strongholds, big and small, was deathly silent. The commanders of all levels, including Long Huai, who had the cultivation level of a universe knight, were all in great fear at this moment. For a moment, they could not even make a sound. Everyone's bodies were trembling uncontrollably. In the Skyriver sector, which was more than 200 million miles away in the void, there was also a deathly silence. The upper echelons of the Skyriver sector, including Old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, Demon Uncle Mo Run, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Ming Jiao, and Mad Mosquito Emperor, all turned their heads and exchanged glances. With one look, all of them fell into deep thought. They were analyzing the words of the Master of the Magic Hall before he left, trying to find some clues. This was extremely important because, according to his words, the Master of the Magic Hall had acted because of the request of the Void Giant Turtle, the bloodline ancestor of the Dark Turtle Clan. Then what about Yixian? Such a shocking crisis had occurred in the Skyriver sector. So how could Yixian not have any reaction at all? Could it be that he was not in the void at all? Could it be that he was not in the void at all? Or could it be that something had really happened? Thinking of this possibility, Old Demon Mosquito Butcher and the other upper echelons of the Skyriver sector felt their hearts sink to the bottom of a valley, and their faces were extremely gloomy. It was also at this moment that, in the void in the distance in front of them, the great beings from the various alliances and powers who were watching the battle from afar finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all cried out involuntarily. If you want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidence. Chapter 4721. After Bao Yuan left, the great beings from the various alliances and powers who were watching the battle from afar finally came back to their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed, "What? A powerful being from the primordial era of the Human Federation was killed with one finger? His flesh and blood are gone, and his body and soul are destroyed. What a horrible death." It just confirms what he said before. The Master of the Magic Hall must have done it on purpose. This is a slap in the face, old tortoise of the void space. It must be that legendary void tortoise. It's said to be in existence at the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm, second only to the heavenly Tao realm. I never expected it to have a relationship with the Demon Hall Master. The Dark Tortoise Clan's backer sure is terrifying. More importantly, since the Void Tortoise was able to ask the Demon Hall Master to save them and entrust the lives of its tortoise descendants to him, it means that their relationship is not ordinary. Just based on this point, the Skyriver Star Zone has gained another backer. The Dark Tortoise race plays a role in this. From now on, the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun can be regarded as Yixian's backer. The Master of the Magic Hall has a legendary void space tortoise behind him. That being was at the top of the pyramid, even in the early days of the primordial era. Once this news spreads, Bloody Unicorn and 9 Remoteness Demon will be worried. Crocodile won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. That's all for later. What I'm most concerned about now is how to deal with the Sunlan fleet. Although they have tens of millions of strongholds, compared to the terrifying camp in Milky Way sector, they're clearly not enough to withstand a round of attacks. The strength of Milky Way sector is indeed shocking. Since there's a second stage great being involved, there must be a Universe Supreme or Universe Master in the Sunlan fleet, right? Even if it's just a Universe Knight, those emperors in Milky Way sector are no match for him. Even a second stage great being was killed with one finger. Even if there's a Universe Knight in the Sunlan fleet, would he dare to attack? What if the Master of the Magic Hall comes back? The other party had just made a show of strength, and you immediately bullied the weak. He's clearly not giving us any face. Rumble, the waves of exclamations hadn't yet died down when an earth-shattering explosion rang out from the Sky River camp. This explosion could be clearly heard within a radius of 1 billion miles. The scale of the Sky River camp's regular battle force was too terrifying. At the very front, there was a powerful fleet of battleships, led by 1 million superstar fortresses, which were 1 million meters in diameter. They were as big as the stars in the sky. Behind it were 50 million fortresses of various sizes, covering the entire starry sky. Behind the two fleets was an army of abyssal turtles. There were at least 10 million abyssal turtles, and all of them had revealed their bloodline true forms. On the left, there was an army of blood-red spiritual warships. There were a total of 1 million of them. On the right, there was an army of blood mosquito beasts. There were so many of them that it was impossible to estimate. The blood mosquito beasts had amazing reproductive abilities, and after Mad Mosquito Emperor had brought them all to this fragment of the universe. Behind the army of blood mosquito beasts and the demon soldiers on both sides, there were a large number of fortresses of various sizes. There were even star-level battleships that were 3,000 meters long. There were so many of them that they stretched as far as the eye could see. In the deepest part of the universe, the rumbling of thunder was caused by the charging of countless battleships and cannons in the army. Countless battleships and fortresses of various sizes were charging at the same time, and they were obviously going to launch a volley of attacks. With such a huge army of battleships, the entire Sunlan fleet in the distant void space would undoubtedly be completely annihilated. However, although the rumbling of the charging of the battleships and cannons was still ringing, the real volley of attacks didn't arrive immediately. At this time, old Devil Mosquito Butcher, who was standing side by side with the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Imperial Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Milky Way star zone, turned his head and exchanged a look with the others. His voice had spread out and covered a large area of the void space. It could be heard clearly within hundreds of millions of miles. Listen to the enemy's battleships in front. I'll give you 3 incense sticks of time. All the people in the battleships are to abandon their weapons and surrender, walk out of the battleships, and line up in the void space outside the battleships to wait for the reception. If more than half of the battleships don't move in 3 incense sticks of time, the Milky Way star zone will launch a volley of attacks immediately. Kill all the prisoners, not a single one. As for those who are trying to hide in the battleships and wait for an opportunity to escape, after the battleships receive them, once they are found, kill them on the spot. Now, the time starts. Swish! As soon as old Devil Mosquito Butcher finished speaking, a sharp sound suddenly came from the middle section of the Sunlan fleet in front of them. Turning around, they saw a flash of light rushing out of one of the strongholds. Without any hesitation or pause, it shot toward the void space of the Milky Way in the distance. Although he was so fast that they couldn't see his appearance, it was obvious that he was running for his life, so the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. The aura of cultivation that emanated from him was clearly that of a third-stage Universe Knight. In the entire Sunlan fleet, other than the second-stage great being who had already fallen, the most powerful being was the supreme commander of the fleet, Long Huai. He was the only Universe Knight in the entire Sunlan fleet. Universe Knight. So, besides Long Huai, it was impossible for this fleeing figure to be anyone else. Others didn't know this, but all the great beings and commanders of the Sunlan fleet were well aware of it. They had been wavering and struggling with themselves. Now that they saw that even the supreme commander of the fleet, Long Huai, who was a universe knight, had run away, the morale of this gigantic stronghold fleet had completely collapsed in an instant. Hong Long, Long, Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After only a few breaths, an earth-shattering roar came from within the Sunlan fleet. This was the movement caused by a large number of cabin doors opening and gathering together. Other than that, there was a large amount of air-breaking sounds. Those who were stronger, those who were above the sector lord level, didn't even need to walk out of the cabin doors. They teleported themselves out of the battleships directly. Slowly, in the void space beside the various strongholds, more and more great beings from the Sunlan fleet gathered. Looking around, basically all the strongholds had made the decision to surrender. This scene was rapidly spreading. As the saying went, a defeated army was like a landslide. As the morale of the army collapsed, the Sunlan fleet no longer had any hope this time. Other than the second stage great being who had fallen and the supreme commander of the fleet, Long Huai, who had escaped at the first moment, all the great beings of the fleet and a total of 10 million strongholds, large and small, would be captured and become the spoils of war of the Sky River Camp. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life. Find confidence. Chapter 4722. Howl! Howl! An earth-shattering roar and vicious howl rang out, causing the surrounding space to slightly tremble a few times. The roars and howls came from the Sky River Army, which was located at the edge of the Sky River Star sector. All the roars and howls were filled with endless joy and excitement. For the countless great beings from the Sky River Camp, this battle was over before it even started. Originally, when they had gathered into an army and rushed out of the Sky River Star sector under the orders of the higher-ups, although they had been looking forward to it, more or less, they had all felt a sense of tragedy. At that time, they did not even know whether they would come back one day after they had gathered into an army and rushed out of the Sky River Star sector into the void space of the universe outside the star sector. However, what happened next was so bizarre that it was beyond everyone's expectations. Although Yi Xian, the Sky River Star Master, did not show up, the mysterious master of the Magic Hall, who had recently shocked the entire void space of the fragment of the universe, suddenly showed up unexpectedly, with just one finger. He killed the insufferably arrogant second stage great being of the Human Federation on the spot, as if he was an ant. Immediately after that, the supreme commander of the Human Federation's army, a powerful universe knight, turned around and fled without uttering a single word. His panicked expression made everyone present unable to see what he looked like. They did not even know if he was a human or a ferocious beast. It was this move that caused the morale of the Human Federation's army to collapse. Old Man Mosquito Butcher, one of the commanders of the Human Federation camp, had only released his godly consciousness and shouted a sentence in the void space. And in an instant, all the great beings in the army of the Human Federation had turned against him. All the great beings of the Human Federation had given up on resisting. At that moment, in the void space of the universe 200 million miles ahead of them, the entire army of 10 million great beings was densely surrounded by humans and ferocious beasts who had transformed into human forms. They had completely given up on struggling. With dejected expressions, they were waiting for the troops from the Sky River camp to come forward and take them in as captives. It was to the extent that on the faces of many people, besides dejection, there was also a thick sense of unwillingness and sorrow. How could they not be sorrowful? In this battle, they had not fired a single cannon. Before they could react, they had been completely fired by the highest commander of their camp. He gave up. Rumble. Amidst the endless roars and howls of joy, an earth-shattering boom rang out. From the Sky River Camp's army, stronghold squads escorted superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters, flying forward. There were thousands of such teams. Their mission was to take in all the countless enemy captives in the void ahead. As for the 10 million empty fortresses, large and small, left in the void ahead, other troops would naturally take them over and drive them back to the Skyriver sector to become spoils of war. All of this would be done by their subordinates. The higher-ups of the various powers in the Skyriver sector were not in the mood to pay attention to these minor details at the moment. Their hearts were heavy, and they had too many questions at the same time. In a void space far away from the battlefield, the scout troops from the various alliances and powers began to evacuate one after another. The battle had come to an end. The Human Federation had suffered a crushing defeat. The Skyriver camp had killed a powerful second-stage supreme being of the enemy without losing a single soldier. The supreme commander of the fleet, a powerful universe knight, did not even dare to show his face. He fled. In addition, there were also tens of millions of fortresses, large and small, and countless great beings of the human race and the former headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. All in all, this was a great victory, a jaw-dropping one that was simply beyond everyone's expectations. More importantly, this battle could be considered to have completely exposed the true strength of the Skyriver camp. The giant void tortoise, who originally only existed in ancient legends and was much more powerful than the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Remoteness Demon Crocodile, had actually survived from the primitive era to the present. Moreover, the Dark Tortoise race in the Skyriver sector was actually his descendants. Although the Void Tortoise wasn't in the Milky Way galaxy, he had a good relationship with the Master of the Demon Palace, the violent ape of the starry sky, and had asked him to take care of the Void Tortoise's descendants in the Milky Way galaxy. This news was too shocking, and it revealed too many secrets. It was related to the Skyriver sector and the Master of the Magic Hall, which was of great importance. Regarding all of this, the higher-ups of the scout troops from the various alliances and powers did not dare to delay the slightest bit. At this moment, they hurriedly evacuated to disperse the news. The news would be transmitted back to the clans behind them, and the higher-ups of the clans would make a decision. With their departure, the vast universe void outside the Skyriver sector was finally completely peaceful. As far as the eye could see, there were no outsiders in the void, and all of them were busy experts from the Skyriver camp, as well as the dejected prisoners of war who were being received by them. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Demon King Mo Wentian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Skyriver sector, including Old Man Xin Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the other higher-ups of small idle forces and families. In the blink of an eye, they withdrew from the front line and retreated to the Skyriver planet where Old Devil Mosquito Butcher was stationed. The group of higher-ups had just sat down when a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters came from outside the planet. It directly broke through the atmosphere of the Skyriver planet, and with a loud rumble, it stopped in the void on the side of the giant peak where the venue was located. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Du Wenxuan, Demon King Mo Wentian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Skyriver sector looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. But there was nothing they could do. They didn't need to think at all to know who had come at this time. Who else would dare to be so presumptuous and run amok on the Skyriver planet where Old Devil Mosquito Butcher was stationed, except for the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaoxia, and Zhao Qianru? Sure enough, as soon as the cabin door of the fortress opened, the 3 girls rushed out of the cabin with cold expressions. They landed in the hall where the summit was. They didn't even sit down and directly charged toward Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the patriarch of the Dark Turtle clan, Ming Jiao. Before they even arrived, the questioning voices that sounded like they were about to launch an attack had already come crashing down on them. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, are you saying that Yi Xian will definitely come? Where is he? Humph. We are already like this, but he is still acting as if nothing has happened. What do you mean by this? And you, Old Man Ming, the Master of the Magic Hall said that the old bastard in the void was your ancestor. Was he invited by Yi Xian? You have to give us an explanation for this. Yes or no? Don't try to fool us this time. I'm going crazy. If you want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people, you can follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talking about life, looking for confidence. Chapter 4723. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Du Wen-Xuan, the Demon King Mo Wen-Tan, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Skyriver sector looked at each other. Bitter smiles appeared on their faces, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, Ming Jiao said in a muffled voice, "Although little friend Yi hasn't shown up, the bloodline ancestor of our Dark Turtle Tribe has entrusted the master of the Magic Hall to help. We can't rule out the possibility that he's behind this. After all, the ancestor of the Giant Turtle Tribe was severely injured in the great battle that caused chaos in the Untainted Land and was trapped in a dangerous place. The reason he was able to return to the ancestral land of the Dark Turtle Tribe in the Second Universe was because little friend Yi helped him. So that's what happened. It seems that this matter is most likely related to little friend Yi. In that case, we don't have to worry too much about him. Little friend Yi is not a reckless person. Even in this fragment of the Untainted Land, he should be able to move like a fish in water. As for little friend Ye's whereabouts, it's almost time for the master of the Magic Hall to summon the higher-ups of the various forces. Our Skyriver sector owes him a favor this time, so we should naturally go and thank him. Take this opportunity to ask the master of the Magic Hall about the whereabouts of the ancestor of the Dark Turtle Tribe. It shouldn't be too difficult to follow this lead to find out where little friend Lin is." Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the other higher-ups of the Skyriver sector all looked enlightened and nodded one after another. On the side, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru heard this, and the indignant look on their faces eased slightly. They had been so dissatisfied just now because they thought that Yi Xian didn't care about the Skyriver sector at all. Now that they heard that the patriarch of the Dark Turtle clan, the Void Beast Turtle, was related to Yi Xian, and that it was extremely likely that he was behind the appearance of the Void Beast Turtle. At the very least, this was one of the reasons why the Void Beast Turtle had appeared. Only then did the three girls feel much more at ease. Furthermore, they would be able to find out about Yi Xian's whereabouts through the master of the Magic Hall when they were heading to the forbidden land of the rising sun, so they naturally didn't feel dissatisfied anymore. After pursing their lips, they simply expressed that they would be allowed to tag along when the time came. On the other side, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Du Wen-Xuan, the Devil King Mo Wen-Tian, the imperial uncle of the Demon Dweller, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other high-level leaders of the various forces in the Skyriver sector immediately discussed the matter of setting off for the Rising Sun Forbidden Land soon. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already returned to the Magic Hall in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. Swish. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian turned into a ray of light and passed through the atmosphere of the Cavern Star. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the Magic Hall. With a flip of his hand, a crimson bead appeared in his palm. It was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it exuded a terrifying aura. This was clearly the aura of a primordial supreme being. This was a blood essence, a mighty figure's blood essence. It was refined from the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the blood cicada's physical body that he had just killed. After Yi Xian ended that battle, he immediately turned around and returned. Along the way, he had already completed the refinement of this blood essence. At this point, he had already accumulated a total of 11 almighty blood essences that were used to refine the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. With Yi Xian's current attainments in the Tao of Alchemy, according to his calculations, he would be able to refine 7 to 8 Desolate Supreme Pellets. Previously, he only had 10 almighty blood essences in his hands. The number of Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills that he could refine was only 6 to 7. The reason why he had not started refining was because he was not satisfied with this number. After all, this was a Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. It required almighty blood essences as the main raw material to refine it. Once the furnace was opened, At least 5 almighty blood essences would be needed. With every almighty blood essence, he could basically refine one more desolate supreme treasure pill. In other words, there were 4 almighty blood essences that were used as a foundation. If it was not urgent, he would not want to refine it too early. The more almighty blood essences he had, the more cost-effective it would be. Although he had obtained another almighty blood essence, the number of desolate supreme treasure pills that could be refined did not change much. It had only increased by 1. This was still far from Xianxia's expectations. The bottom line in his heart was to refine 10 desolate supreme treasure pills. Forget it. It's only 7 or 8. In the end, it's still a bit too little. After a moment of hesitation, Xian finally shook his head. A wry smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, there are still 6 small stages of breakthrough before the desolate supreme treasure stage 9 perfection. It's not like there's no time. I'll go back and collect some almighty blood essences. At least 14 of them, then I'll think about it. After saying that, he threw this matter to the back of his mind and stopped thinking about it for the time being. At this moment, a familiar throbbing came from within his body. It was the movement of the Yinluo. Yixian's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his hand, he directly took out the Yinluo. Swish! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Bao Luo whistled out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth that was 100 feet in size. It slowly rose and fell in the air in front of Yixian, revealing an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. The moment Bao Luo was taken out, corpse ancestor Ho Qing's voice sounded. A voice came out, revealing a strong sense of joy. Master, the sisters have finished their seclusion. This time, the harvest is not small. The sisters have finally recovered to the peak of their previous lives. The pinnacle of their previous lives? Hearing this, Yixian was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up in shock. In an instant, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. Previously, when they entered this deep slumber, the strength of the 7 beauties had already returned to the level of half supreme, which was equivalent to the level of a universe master at the 9th stage. Just one more step, and they would be able to enter the true level of universe supreme. However, before they entered this deep slumber, the cultivation resources that Yixian provided them were no longer the 9-colored godly medicine. Instead, it was the chaos medicine, which was obviously much more effective than the 9-colored godly medicine. It could even be said that there was no comparison at all. They were not on the same level. At that time, Yixian was certain that after this deep slumber, the 7 girls would definitely enter the level of Universe Supreme. However, Yixian was not very sure if they would be able to return to the pinnacle of their previous lives in one fell swoop. He did not expect the final result to be so shocking. It was simply an unexpected surprise. Not only did the 7 girls end this deep slumber in a short period of time, but they also made breakthroughs in their cultivation and entered the pinnacle of their previous lives, which was the pinnacle of their previous lives. Based on this speed and momentum of development, after being reborn in this life, the current level of the powerful primordial was definitely far from their final destination. If there were no accidents, the 7 girls' own cultivation and strength would definitely break through to the level of supreme primordial in the future. However, from the level of supreme primordial to the level of supreme primordial, it was not a recovery of cultivation. It was a normal breakthrough. After all, the pinnacle of their previous lives was only the level of supreme primordial. Chapter 4724. Since it was a normal cultivation breakthrough, then in order to break through, one would need to consume a level 29 desolate supreme pill. One for each of the 7 girls. That was 7 pills. This was also the reason why Yixian waited until he had at least 14 blood essences before he was willing to start refining. 10 for supreme expert blood essences could basically only refine 10 desolate sovereign pellets. Each of the 7 girls had one, and including Yixian himself, there were only 2 left. If one were to really talk about it, this amount was truly too little. The 7 beautiful cultivators in the Yinluo were Corpse Ancestor Hamba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolate Electro Lady, 9 Heavens Fairy, nine-tailed celestial fox, celestial phoenix maiden, and Xianxia fairy. In the distant desolate era, they were once known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the desolate era and were famous for a time. Later, a battle broke out in the desolate era, and all 7 of them fell. But each of them had a wisp of consciousness sealed in the desolate era treasure, the Yanluo. After countless years, this treasure was obtained by Xian, and they had experienced all kinds of dangers until now. The 7 beautiful cultivators of the desolate era, who were once famous in the desolate era, had finally stepped into the peak of the desolate era after reuniting. With the top-notch cultivation resources like the primal chaos medicine that Xian had provided them, in addition to the speed at which they had been recovering all this time, perhaps after another deep sleep, the cultivation of the 7 girls would be able to break through again. They would reach the desolate supreme realm, which had never been reached in the peak of the previous life. At that time, Xian would have 7 powerful desolate supreme realm masters by his side, including himself. When the 8 desolate supreme realm masters moved out, even in the Hongming void where the masters gathered, they would be invincible. Thinking of this, Xian suddenly became excited, and his chest rose and fell. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While his heart was surging, a series of faint sounds of breaking through the air continued to ring out. From a void in front of him, fluttering in the wind, 7 figures rushed out. In the space in front of Xian, there was a row of 7 beautiful cultivators, including Ancestor Corpse and Ho Qing, who were in seclusion in the Bao Luo. All of them were existences whose names shook the primordial era. Every single one of them was a peerless beauty and figure. Greetings, Master. After their figures suddenly appeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the primordial world smiled and bowed to Xian at the same time. They softly called the Master and laughed. It was obvious that they were in a good mood. Congratulations. The 7 of you have finally come to an end after going through so many trials and tribulations from your previous life to this one. Looking at the 7 girls in front of him, Xian revealed a gratified expression. He smiled faintly and nodded slowly. The peak cultivation of the 7 girls in their previous lives was at the peak of the 9th step of the Desolation era. But now, they were only at the 7th step of the Desolation era. From this point of view, strictly speaking, they had not recovered to the peak of their previous lives. However, it was only a difference of 2 small realms. It wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. All of this is because of you, Master. Hearing Xian's words, the smiles on the faces of the 7 girls immediately disappeared. They became serious and bowed to Xian. Master's kindness to us is like giving us a new life. More importantly, you have never asked for anything. In this life, we will definitely repay you. All right, let's not talk about this. Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really did not care about this. He waved his hand and changed the topic. Now, your cultivation has recovered to the 7th step of the primordial world. You're only 2 small realms away from the peak of your previous lives. Soon, you will break through. However, it was not easy to be reborn in this life. I'm sure you are not satisfied with just recovering to the peak of your previous lives. What's more, your previous life's enemy, Xingbo, was at least a half-step heavenly Tao of the supreme primordial world. There is even an 80% chance that he was a true heavenly Tao expert, like the primeval heavens. If you want to take revenge for your previous life's peak cultivation is obviously far from enough. Going one step further and stepping into the supreme primordial world is the minimum requirement. However, to step into the supreme primordial world, to you, it is not as simple as a smooth recovery. It is a true cultivation and breakthrough. Fortunately, I already have 11 primordial blood essences. If I gather a few more, I will open the furnace and refine the level 29 supreme primordial pill. At that time, I will give each of you one. As for the primordial medicine, I still have a lot. I will distribute it first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After that, Xian directly waved his hand. Instantly, 7 gray balls of light shot out from his body and suspended in the void in front of him. They were the primordial medicine. Each of the 7 balls of light had a radius of 10,000 feet. Their auras were restrained, and they emitted an ancient aura that was so thick that it could not be dispersed at that moment. Seeing Xianxia send out the 7 primordial medicine with a wave of his hand, Zhu, Hitorigami, and the rest of the 7 girls were first stunned. Then, excitement appeared on their faces. They bowed to Xianxia and said, "Thank you, Master." After that, the 7 girls did not stand on ceremony. They continued to wave their hands, and the 7 primordial medicine suspended in the void in front of them instantly turned into 7 gray beams of light and rushed into their bodies. They kept it properly. This time, the 7 of you suddenly came out of seclusion. You have awakened at the right time. After doing all this, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. He grinned and changed the topic. Even though he briefly introduced his current location, his identity as the master of the magic hall, and the general situation of this fragment of the void to the 7 girls after that, he spread his hands, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Now is not the time for me to officially reveal my identity. Also, I do want to take this opportunity to let the people of the Skyriver sector temper themselves. Therefore, they must not know that I am the master of the magic hall. But soon, the day when the higher-ups of the various forces in this fragment of the void will come to the magic hall to pay their respects will come soon. It is not important whether the higher-ups of the 4 alliances will come or what kind of appearance they will take. But Old Man Mosquito Butcher and the others from the Skyriver sector will definitely take this opportunity to come and find out. Moreover, although the identity of the master of the magic hall cannot be revealed, the cultivation resources and elixirs of various levels prepared for Old Man Mosquito Butcher and the others must be handed over to them as soon as possible. Also, this matter cannot be handed over to the master of the magic hall. Otherwise, it will cause even more suspicion. Therefore, I must appear once in my original identity. Even if it is just a glimpse, it will be fine. This way, I can hand over the cultivation resources and elixirs of various levels that I have prepared for Old Man Mosquito Butcher, and also dispel their suspicion of the master of the magic hall. Since the 7 of you are here, you can show up when the time comes. As for me, I will leave a doppelganger in the demonic dragon carriage. When the time comes, I can use my divine sense to prove my identity. Ha. If you do this, Master, aren't you afraid that your 3 mistresses will be jealous? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4725. Ha. If you do this, Master, aren't you afraid that your 3 little lovers will be jealous? If they know that Master has been with us all this time and seems to be living a carefree life, riding the demonic dragon imperial chariot all day with 7 gorgeous cultivators by your side, I'm afraid their noses will be crooked from anger. When the time comes, the one who will feel bad will be Master. After listening to Xianxia's words and understanding his meaning, the 7 girls immediately covered their mouths and giggled. They even teased Xianxia, making him a little speechless. Xiao! After shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Xianxia turned his hand, and a palm-sized black wand imperial chariot appeared in his palm. It was the demonic dragon imperial chariot. He lowered his head and looked at the demonic dragon imperial chariot in his hand. Then he suddenly waved his hand. Accompanied by a sharp sound, the demonic dragon imperial chariot in his palm instantly turned into a black-purple light and shot forward. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a Luan imperial chariot that was 1,000 feet in size. The entire Luan imperial chariot was purple gold and had a metallic luster. Every inch of it had a purple-gold halo rising like a dense fog. The surroundings were engraved with dragons and phoenixes, full of mysterious runes, and exuding an incomparably simple aura. In terms of space, the area outside the chariot was divided into 2 parts. The second half had a dome, like a secret room. It used space technology, and there was a large space inside. The first half had no dome or walls, but it was shrouded by a layer of purple-gold mist. After stepping into the chariot, one could choose to sit in the front half to enjoy the scenery. But even in the front half, there were actually many modes. When necessary, one could adjust to the visible mode, and the mist would instantly become translucent, as if there was a layer of purple gauze in between. One could also make the curtain-like purple mist become dense in an instant, and everything inside could not be seen. 9 black demonic dragons, each 1,000 feet in size, appeared. One circled behind the chariot, and there was another one on the left and right sides. There were 6 black dragons pulling the chariot in front. The 9 black dragons were all solid entities, not energy shadows. The aura emitted from their bodies was at the level of a great being from the primordial era, but they were only at the initial stage of the primordial era. Compared to the 7 gorgeous cultivators, they were much weaker. But after all, they were still great beings of the primordial era, so their combat power should not be underestimated. If necessary, Xianxia would be able to control the devil dragon to charge into the distance with a thought and launch an attack. With Yeza's power when he controlled the 9 demonic chariot dragon chariot, he could not reach the level of a great being from the primordial era. Previously, they only had the power of a great being from the primordial era to the primordial era being. His Yi. To put it bluntly, it was actually a paper tiger. It could be used to scare people and keep up appearances, but in a real life and death battle, it would be exposed in an instant. But now, this situation no longer existed. Now, Xianxia had displayed the 9 transformation of the 9 transformation of demonic ape bloodline. Even if his body was only 10 feet in size, he could still reach the level of a supreme being from the primordial era. He was a supreme being from the primordial era. This was the middle stage of the Desolation Venerable. If it was fully activated, the true combat power of the 9 black dragons would be around the Desolation Venerable rank 3, which was the peak of the early stage of the Desolation Venerable rank. In addition, whether it was the demonic dragon chariot or the 9 demonic dragons, a body size of 1,000 feet was only the lower limit. If necessary, Xianxia could make them reach a terrifying size that was as large as a giant star with just a thought. This was something he could never do before, but now, he could do it without any pressure. Hong long. Xiao. After making the decision, Xianxia's eyes flashed. With a rumbling sound of thunder, the body of the violent ape collapsed instantly, turning into a pool of blood that spread out. Under the wind, it expanded over 10 billion miles in an instant. Roar, screech. In an instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. Then, from the shocking, boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. These were the 3 demonic bodies of the ancient ape demons. The first one was a body of flesh and blood, which was the star violent ape. The second one was a skeleton without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless, murderous aura. It was extremely ferocious. The last one was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple lights, which was extremely strange. Walala. The waves of the sea of blood surged, and the sound was earth-shattering. The black fog body of the 3 blood sea avatars took a step forward, and its body shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was outside the sea of blood, and it had turned into a human powerhouse. It was Xianxia. Greetings, Master. Seeing this scene, the 7 girls covered their mouths and chuckled. Their figures stood in the air as they bowed towards Xianxia, who was transformed from the black fog avatar. Hua. Walala. On the other side, the vast sea of blood came again. Among the remaining 2 avatars, the skeleton avatar collapsed instantly, turning into a rain of blood and merging into the sea of blood under its feet. Then, the huge sea of blood quickly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, it flowed into the violent ape's body. The incomparably large violent ape also shrank rapidly at this moment, only stopping when it was about 3 meters tall. In this way, the original body will be in charge of the magic hall, and the black fog avatar will turn into Xianxia. Not long after, when the upper echelons of the various forces come to meet me, they will appear again. All of this is perfect. At this point, the violent ape turned his head and glanced at the 7 beautiful cultivators and immediately said, "All right, the 7 of you, let him go." After saying that, he no longer hesitated. With a flash, he directly entered the black magic hall at the peak of the towering mountain and disappeared. When the violent ape's figure disappeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators also turned to look at Xianxia, who was transformed by the black fog avatar, and bowed with a charming smile. "Master, we should set off. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion. We could take advantage of this opportunity to go out and get some fresh air." Hearing these words, Xianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. Without saying anything more, he turned around and stepped into the void. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ray of light and shot into the front yard of the demonic dragon in the distant void. The 7 beautiful cultivators turned their heads and exchanged a look. Without further delay, they all smiled and followed him. After a while, the power of the demonic dragon's domain was activated by Xianxia, and it disappeared in an instant. It turned into an invisible ray of light and shot out of the forbidden land of rising sun at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 4726. There was still half a month before the time limit set by the Lord of the Demon Hall. A huge fleet sailed out of the Skyriver Starfield. In the center of the fleet were 100,000 superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters. In the Skyriver Starfield, the Skyriver Legion and the Victorious Return Legion had built more than 1 million superstar fortresses over the years. Now, only 100,000 had been deployed. They were used to command the flagship. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Devil Emperor Mo Winton, Demon Uncle Demon, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other senior members of the various powers in Sky River Star Sector, including Old Man Xin Yuan, Old Man Duan Mu, Master Bodhi, and other senior members of small powers and families, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and other senior members of the various powers in Sky River Star Sector were all in the 100,000 superstar fortresses in the center. In front of the army, there were 10 million fortresses of various sizes. As for the rear, there was the Demon Army, with a total of 100,000 Demon Spirit battle towers with a diameter of 300,000 meters. On the left, there was an army of Dark Turtles with millions of them, and every one of them was huge. On the right, there was an army of Blood Mosquitoes with the largest number. However, this wasn't the total military force of Sky River Star Sector, only about 1/10 of it. After all, this trip to the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun was just a formality, not a conquest. However, the other powers weren't the same, especially the 4 alliances of Sky River Star Sector, myriad races, ferocious beasts, and survivors. For them, this trip to the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun wasn't to pay respects to the Master of Magic Hall, but to join forces and seize the opportunity to suppress, or rather, demonstrate. At the same time as the army of Sky River Star Sector set off, a huge fleet of battleships sailed out of the Star Sector where the various races of the Second Universe lived. This fleet was even more shocking, with 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. It was the joint effort of the various races of the Second Universe that formed the Star Alliance, and this time they were all out. As for the senior members of the Star Alliance, there were more than 30 Universe Masters, close to 200 Universe Knights, and more than 1,000 Undying Emperors. Only 20% of them stayed in the headquarters of the Alliance, and the rest followed the troops. As for Nine-Headed Blood Dragon and Cyan Skyrock, they didn't show up. They were all extremely powerful, primordial supreme beings, so they couldn't follow the regular army and slowly start interstellar travel in space. At the critical moment, they could tear the void space and reach the Star Sector where the forbidden land of Rising Sun. It wasn't just the Star Alliance. The alliance of 10,000 races of the First Universe was mobilized in full force. The 4 Universe Supremes, such as the Space Rat Race Sector Lord Gold Rat Big Tooth, the Hell Ant Race Sector Lord Blood Ant Sky, and the Giant Ferocious Race Sector Lord whose name even Xianxia couldn't remember, didn't leave a single one behind. Among them, Big Tooth Golden and the other two were all sector lords back then, but now they had become universe supremes. This must be the result of the awakening of the first or second generation great ancestors in the ancestral land of their clans. This time, the alliance of myriad races was determined. 4 universe supreme beings, 32 universe masters, more than 100 universe knights, and a large number of undying emperors. More than 80% of them were in 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. At the same time, they sent troops to the forbidden land of Rising Sun and pointed their swords at the Magic Hall. Similarly, as the leaders, Bloody Unicorn and 9 Phantom Demon Alligator, didn't show up. Their decision was the same as 9-Headed Blood Dragon and Cyan Skyrock. They would tear the void space and arrive at the forbidden land of Rising Sun at the most critical moment. That star sector. The Starry Sky Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance from the 3 main Starry Sky planes had already taken action. The Ferocious Beasts Alliance and the Survivors Alliance, which had originally lived in the void of this chaos fragment, were naturally unwilling to be left behind. Although the 4 great alliances were originally in a hostile or even hostile relationship, now that the Demon Hall was the dominant force, although the upper echelons of the 4 great alliances still had no contact with each other, they had reached an extremely tacit agreement on this matter. That was to take advantage of the meeting the Devil Hall Master requested to give the Devil Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun a show of strength and dampen the arrogance of the Devil Hall. Obviously, this wasn't something any alliance could do alone. The higher-ups of the 4 alliances all knew that they had to work together, although the alliance of ferocious beasts didn't have remote antiquity supreme. In order to carry this flag, the higher-ups of one of the top-tier forbidden lands gritted their teeth and paid a certain price to awaken a great being that was hibernating in the forbidden land. Now, this great being, whose power had reached level 7, gave an order. Instantly, within the vast star sector where the alliance of ferocious beasts was located, countless great beings roared and rose up. In just one day, they formed an army. An army of 200 million ferocious beasts was formed. Each of the ferocious beasts in the army was incomparably huge. Now that they were gathered together, they formed a vast expanse of black, blocking the void space. This time, the alliance of ferocious beasts was also mobilized in full force. At the high-end level, there were 18 universe supremes, over 50 universe masters, over 100 universe knights, and over 1,000 undying emperors. Only 1/10 of them were left to guard the headquarters of the alliance. It could be said that except for the absence of remote antiquity supreme, the overall power of the alliance of ferocious beasts surpassed that of the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance in all aspects. In fact, although this ancient beast who carried the flag of the alliance of ferocious beasts wasn't remote antiquity supreme, it was rumored that he had some kind of secret technique. Under the premise of paying a certain price, he could temporarily become as terrifying as remote antiquity supreme. Combat power. In addition, the alliance of ferocious beasts, which was composed of over 100 top-tier tribes of the remaining survivors in the void space of the fragment of the universe, also responded to the situation. A powerful army of survivors sailed out from the depths of the star sector. There were more than 500 million battleships of survivors, and the high-end combat power was also extraordinary. There were 20 Universe Supremes, over 60 Universe Masters, over 100 Universe Knights, and over 1,000 Undying Emperors. This time, the alliance of ferocious beasts also made up its mind. In terms of high-level combat power, less than 20% of them were left to guard the headquarters, while the rest were left to follow the army. Similarly, there was no remote antiquity supreme in the alliance of ferocious beasts. However, with the example of the alliance of ferocious beasts, in order to carry the flag of the alliance of ferocious beasts, one of the top-tier tribes of the alliance of ferocious beasts gritted his teeth and, after paying a certain price, woke up a powerful being who was sleeping in the ancestral land of the tribe in advance. This powerful ancient being was also at the 7th level of the remote antiquity supreme. Although he wasn't remote antiquity supreme, it was said that he had some kind of secret technique. Under the premise of paying a certain price, he could temporarily become as terrifying as remote antiquity supreme. Combat power. All of a sudden, the four alliances moved together, including the two powerful beings in the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts and the Alliance of Ferocious Beasts, who could also become as powerful as remote antiquity supreme after using their secret techniques. This time, there were a total of 6 remote antiquity supreme beings who were eyeing the magic hall covetously. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, you can follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidence. Chapter 4727. Currently, there were 7 camps and 5 alliances in this vast and boundless eldritch world fragment. Putting aside the Magic Hall and the Skyriver sector, 4 of the 5 alliances that had just been established had already set off in 4 different directions. The sword points to the forbidden land of Rising Dawn. The last alliance left was the Human Alliance. At this time, on the Human Alliance's headquarter planet, in the square of the palace at the peak of the giant mountain, a group of higher-ups of the Human Alliance were gathered for a secret meeting. Because the Immortal Emperor had yet to descend into this eldritch world fragment, the person in charge here was the Imperial Preceptor, Devourer. Unlike the other 4 alliances, the Human Alliance adopted the parliamentary system of the Wan Luo Alliance. Originally, there were a total of 11 Primordial Age Almighties in the Alliance, but not long ago, Xianxia, who was in charge of the headquarters of the former Wan Luo Federation, was killed by the Master of the Magic Hall. Even the thousands of fortresses and the Sun Luo fleet that accompanied the army were all killed. Several experts were captured, and none of them returned. Therefore, there were only 10 almighty-level members of the Alliance sitting here for a secret meeting. Beside Devourer sat 3 Imperial Elders. Yixian had never seen them before, and they were all almighty-level existences of the Primordial Age. However, these 3 Imperial Court Elders were accompanying Devourer. Just based on this point alone, Devourer, whose cultivation level could not be seen, was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Whether the cultivation level of a late-stage Almighty on the surface was the real situation remained to be verified. As for the cultivation camp, the person in charge here was an elder of the Tianju Palace. He had long eyebrows and cheeks, and his cultivation level had reached the 6th stage of the Primordial Age, which was the peak of the middle stage of this realm. In addition, there were 2 elders of the Tianju Palace on each side. One was in a white robe, and the other was in a black robe. Their cultivation levels were also in the Primordial Age, but they were at the 1st and 2nd stage of this realm, which was the early stage. As for the almighty-level members of the original Wan Luo Federation headquarters, there were originally 4 of them. After Xuechan's death, there were only 3 left. Compared to the 2 camps of the Human Alliance, they were slightly weaker, although these 3 people were also in human form. In fact, only 2 of them were from the human clan. The other one had the bloodline of a ferocious beast. Among them, the one with the strongest cultivation level was an 8th stage almighty of the human clan called Dong Zhaotian. As for the other 2 people, one was a ferocious beast. At this moment, the 3 almighty realm members of the Myriad Luo Federation headquarters had gloomy expressions on their faces. This was Luo people of the Human Alliance headquarters of the Human Alliance. That battle had practically caused the Human Federation to lose all face. Such a huge army, yet only one person had managed to escape, and that person was the Supreme Commander of the Sunlan Fleet, Universe Supremacy Long Huai. Within the Federation, although the upper echelons of the 2 human factions did not say much, the 3 Almighties who belonged to the former headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation knew very well that they were the ones who had lost face. Because of this, as soon as the bad news came, the 8th stage Almighty among the 3 had used a secret technique and paid a certain price to send a message to the original Wan Luo Federation headquarters on the Undying Star of Universe 3, requesting for reinforcements. It could be said that the reason the Human Alliance had not sent out their troops was because they were waiting for the reinforcement from the original Wan Luo Federation headquarters to arrive. I have to say, the master of The magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Dong Xiaotian suddenly thought of something, and the gloomy expression on his face softened. He turned to look at the imperial advisor, Devourer. Then, he continued, even the blood Qilin, the nine-held demon alligator, the nine-headed blood dragon, and the blue sky rock, the four supreme masters of the Ancients era, couldn't defeat him when they joined forces. In that case, since it was the master of the demon hall who took action, it was inevitable that fellow blood cicada would lose his wings in this battle. The crushing defeat this time could only be said to be an accident. However, it is obvious that the Federation Senate will not give up just like that. This old man has already sent out the message. If nothing unexpected happens, the Senate's reinforcements should be arriving soon. Although it is unlikely that a desolate sovereign-level existence will directly descend, at least there will be one. A half-step desolate supremacy at the ninth stage of the almighty realm. If that is the case, we can join forces with the other four alliances to deter the master of the magic hall and take the opportunity to take down that you bastard and his army in the Skyriver sector. Rumble, rip. Rip. As soon as Dong Xiaotian finished speaking, the rumbling of thunder came from outside the atmosphere of the stars above them. Following that, there were two crisp sounds of ripping silk. This was clearly the rhythm of a starry sky expert tearing through the void. The air and the other almighty beings of the primordial era exchanged glances and looked up at almost the same time. Fellow Taoists, sorry for the long wait. This time, this supreme Lord and Yak sovereign will descend together. That bullsh asterisk T-master of the magic hall will definitely be torn into pieces. At the same time, two figures passed through the atmosphere of the stars above them and landed on the square of the main hall at the peak of the mountain. Muffled voices were heard at the same time, indicating the origins of these two people. They were obviously elders of the Federation Senate. Although both of them were in human form, their bodies exuded a dense aura of ferocious beasts. Clearly, they were both in human form. Their bodies were extremely ferocious. One of them had two short horns on his head, which should be the so-called Yak Sovereign. The other one had triangular eyes, and his face was the same. His aura was sinister. If not mistaken, he was a great being of the Python race. As for their cultivation level, both of them exuded the aura of a primordial era great being at the pinnacle of the ninth tier. Without a doubt, these were two powerful half-step desolate masters. Python Sovereign, Yak Sovereign, I didn't expect both of you to come together at the same time. At first, Dong Xiaotian thought it was only one person, but now there were two of them. Dong Xiaotian was stunned at first, but then his face lit up with surprise. He immediately stood up to welcome them. This way, the number of great beings of the primordial era in the Human Federation had reached 12, and two of them were half-step desolate masters. The Federation Senate was now on par with the two camps of the human race, or perhaps even stronger. Half a day later, a huge fleet of battleships sailed out of the starfield where the Human Federation was located. The Human Federation had a total of 36 universe sovereigns, over 100 universe masters, over 300 universe knights, and over 2,000 undying emperors. There were also countless battleships and battleships below the level of emperor. This time, 80% of the upper echelons below the level of great being were mobilized, leading 500 million strongholds and fortresses, as well as 1 million superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters and 1 million gigantic battleships. The size of such an army was comparable to any of the four alliances that had been mobilized before. As for the 12 great beings of the primordial era, other than Devourer and the one left behind by Dong Xiaotian, the rest were all mobilized. They led this huge fleet and rumbled toward the Rising Sun forbidden land. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, you can follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. Chapter 4728. In addition to the Milky Way star area, the Starry Sky Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, the Fierce Beasts Alliance, the Remnant People Alliance, and the Human Race Federation, there were a large number of smaller and less powerful independent forces in this vast and boundless untainted land fragment. However, no matter how small their scale was, there were bound to be some emperors within them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive in such an environment and would have been wiped out long ago. The order from the Magic Hall Master was very clear. Within this entire space fragment, all the emperors and above had to gather at the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground and pay their respects to the Magic Hall. Hence, the upper echelons of the various powers didn't dare to be careless. Almost all of them took action, each bringing their own fleet and battleships, heading towards the forbidden land of Rising Sun from all directions. Of course, they couldn't just enter the Forbidden Ground and pay their respects to the Magic Hall Master. After all, with all 5 alliances moving together, this was clearly the start of a war. Whether or not the Magic Hall of the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground could survive was another matter altogether. These fellows were all prepared for both sides. When they arrived at the starfield where the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground was, they would first wait in the distant space and observe the outcome of the war before making a decision. If the Magic Hall lost, there was naturally nothing much to say. They would just disperse and return where they came from. However, if the Magic Hall won, they would be able to rush to the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground and pay their respect to the infamous Demon Master. For a time, all the forces in the boundless, untainted land, big or small, were on the move. A formless pressure engulfed the entire space. Rising Sun Forbidden Ground Central Region, Xianxia Star Atmosphere, in the universe space. There were still 3 days before the upper echelons of the various powers at the level of Undying Emperors and above would arrive. The upper echelons of the Demon Palace were well aware of what was happening in the outside world. Currently, all of the Undying Emperors and above under Yixian were gathered here. They were all familiar faces like Green Cow and Yu Ling Long from the Beast Army, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and the other emperors from the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground, a total of over 40 of them. There was also the Shangji tribe from the Survivor Army, Zhao Dong and the other knights from the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground, and over 20 emperors from the survivors. There was also the 3-clawed dragon and Long Shan Tang from the Nomadic Army, the representatives from the Council, and over 60 emperors. Finally, the 6-blood dragon, Green Rock and Blood Flood Dragon led the captives. The captives were all from the 3 races, with over 200 Undyings, and so on. There were over 400 Undyings in total. They were all gathered here. Over the past 3 months, the upper echelons of the Magic Hall under Yixian were all running around, delivering the Demon Lord's orders to the various powers and races. They didn't have time to train at all. Hence, even the 6-headed blood dragon and Zhao Dong hadn't improved at all. As for Zhao Dong and the others, their cultivation hadn't improved at all. It was roughly the same as it was 3 months ago. With Yixian's order, the hundreds of upper echelons of the Demon Palace instantly scattered in all directions and shot towards their respective camps. After a short while, the entire forbidden area of the Rising Sun came to life. The 4 armies moved together, gathering their armies, and gathering in the void outside the forbidden area of the Rising Sun. In behind, and to the left and right of the Rising Star Forbidden Land was a boundless void turbulence, which could be regarded as the end of the void fragment of the untainted land. Therefore, the position of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun was like a terrain surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one side facing the vast universe. Currently, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall rushed out from this side and formed up outside the Forbidden Ground. In the center, there was a huge empty space 1 billion miles away. On the left and right, there were 2 armies. It seemed like they had purposely left a path to enter the Forbidden Ground. The 2 armies on the left were the Ferocious Beast Army and the Nomadic Army. The Ferocious Beast Army was made up of the ferocious beasts that originally lived in this space fragment, including the Ferocious Beast Army of the Nomadic Army and the Ferocious Beasts of the Forbidden Ground. Currently, the commanders Green Cow, Yuling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, along with the other emperors of the Forbidden Ground, a total of over 40 ferocious beasts, were all mobilized. In terms of overall strength, There were about 100 million ferocious beasts of different levels in the army. They occupied a huge space fragment. The Nomad Army was the captive army from before. The army was made up of experts from the three main planes of the current universe. There were humans, the second universe, and even some slave races from the first universe, as well as various experts from the former Wanluo Federation. Warriors. The commanders, like the three-clawed Flood Dragon and Long Shan Tang, were all members of the Captive Council, a total of over 60 emperors. This time they were all mobilized. In terms of conventional strength, they had the most soldiers, a total of over 1 billion. The battleships were all huge fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, a total of 50 million. The two armies on the right were the Survivor Army and the Captive Army. The Survivor Army was made up of the Xianxia tribe and the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground. Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other three Universe Knights led over 20 elders of the Undying Emperors. They commanded over 10 million battleships. The total number of survivors in the battleships exceeded 100 million, and they were all elites. The last captive army was made up of Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Line captives. The total number of captives exceeded 20 billion. There were all kinds of battleships and fortresses, as well as a total of 1 billion smaller fortresses. In terms of the upper echelon, the strongest was Blood Dragon, who was already a Universe Supreme. There were also Blood Dragon Elder and Green Rock Elder, 2 Universe Knights, and over 200 Undying Emperors. It was a shocking lineup. Such an army was in formation in the void of the universe outside the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. After everything was in place, they immediately quieted down. Not a single sound could be heard in the void within a radius of billions of miles. They were definitely well trained. Hong, long, long. 2 days later, the Sky River Army could finally be seen in the distance. They didn't stop. Instead, they headed straight for the center passage formed by the 4 armies of the Magic Hall. Hong. At this moment, all the battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of the 4 armies were activated and fired 3 rounds at the sky. This was etiquette. The Sky River Army was a guest, and the Magic Hall, as the host, couldn't show any weakness. Countless energy beams of different colors shot into the sky, illuminating the vast universe space within a few billion miles. Amidst the interweaving beams of light, the entire Sky River Army slowly entered the Rising Sun Forbidden Ground and stopped behind the 4 armies of the Magic Hall. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find friends. Chapter 4729. The huge army from Skyriver Sector was the first to arrive. They entered the forbidden land of Rising and stationed themselves in the space behind the 4 great armies of Magic Hall. In the next day, the star field where the forbidden land of Rising was located was bustling with activity. It was a grand occasion like never before. The 5 great armies, which had just been established not long ago, arrived one after another. They were separated by a distance of about 1 billion miles in space. They formed a semicircle and faced off against the 4 great armies of Magic Hall, which were stationed at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising. The atmosphere in space was getting more and more tense with the arrival of the 5 great armies. An invisible force was pressing down on everyone's heart. 1 billion miles away, the army on the left side was from the Star Alliance. The number of battleships in this army was astonishing. There were 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. They were put together by the various races of the second universe, and this time they were almost all out. As for the higher-ups, there were more than 30 universe masters, close to 200 universe knights, and more than 1,000 undying emperors. Except for about 20% who stayed behind to guard the headquarters, the rest were all following the army. And at this time, they had all rushed out from their respective flagships and stood in the space in front of the army. Most of them had already shown their bloodline true bodies and were emitting shocking forces. As for the outer region on the left side, there were also 500 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. This army was from the Myriad Race Alliance. This time, The Myriad Race Alliance was determined. For Universe Supremes, 32 Universe Masters, more than 100 Universe Knights, and a large number of Undying Emperors all rushed out from their respective flagships and fortresses. They also lined up in front of the army, eyeing the army covetously. Among them, at the forefront were the 4 Universe Supremes, and 3 of them were old acquaintances of Xianxia. For example, the former Sector Lord of the Space Rat Clan, Gold Rat Big Tooth, the former Sector Lord of the Hell Ant Clan, Blood Ant Sky, and the former Sector Lord of the Ferocious Clan, whose name even Xianxia couldn't remember. Now, these 3 old fellows had all become Universe Supremes. It was just that they didn't know that if they found out that the Demon Lord overseeing the Demon Hall in front of them, the target of the crusade, was actually Xianxia, I wonder what they would think in their hearts. As for the right side of the void ahead, there was an army of ferocious beasts. As soon as they arrived, countless ferocious beast experts roared. In the ferocious beast army of 200 million, all the ferocious beasts of the starry sky revealed their bloodline true bodies. Every one of them was extremely huge. Now that they were gathered together, they formed a vast expanse. Even the air was congested. In front of the army were 18 Universe Supremes, over 50 Universe Masters, over 100 Universe Knights, and over 1,000 Undying Emperors. The leader was an ancient ferocious beast of the 7th rank. Its body was wrapped in a green light, and its specific form could not be seen. In the outer region of the right side, there was a powerful army of survivors from the Survivors Alliance. Among them, there were more than 500 million battleships. Now, the higher-ups of this army had walked out of their flagship battleships. There were a total of 20 Universe Supreme beings, more than 60 Universe Masters, and more than 100 Universe Knights. Other than that, there were more than 100 Universe Knights. There were also over 1,000 Undying Emperors. They all stood in the void in front of the army of survivors. The leader was an elder in a gray robe. This time, in order to carry the flag of the Survivors Alliance, the higher-ups of one of the top-tier tribes had paid a certain price and gritted their teeth to wake up a supreme being who had been sleeping in the ancestral land of the tribe in advance. It was this gray-robed elder. The elder, although the aura emitted from his body was that of a supreme being of the 7th rank, which was the late stage of this realm, he was not a supreme being of the primordial era. However, it was said that he had some kind of secret technique that could allow him to be as powerful as a supreme being of the primordial era for a short period of time. Long. Among the 5 alliances, the armies of the 4 alliances of the starry sky, the myriad races, the survivors, and the beast had just finished setting up camp in the void when an earth-shattering roar came from the void in front of the forbidden land of the rising star. In the void, in the battleships, countless great beings turned their heads subconsciously at this moment. An enormous battleship army was rumbling toward them. The formation was so huge that it occupied a corner of the void in front of them. This army was obviously from the last of the 5 alliances, the Human Federation. This time, 80% of the higher-ups of the Human Federation were under the command of 500 million strongholds, 1 million superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters, and 1 million giant battleships. The scale of this army was not inferior to any of the 4 alliances that had been dispatched before. After half a day, this enormous fleet finally arrived in the void of the universe, a billion miles away from the forbidden land of the rising star. Hundreds of millions of battleships of all types were neatly lined up and stopped abruptly at the same time, hovering and setting up camp in the central region that was specially reserved for the 4 alliances. At this moment, the semicircular encirclement that was a billion miles away from the forbidden land of the rising star was completely formed. The 5 alliances that had just been established not long ago cooperated with each other with great tacit understanding, forming an invisible and worrisome momentum toward the forbidden land of the rising star Xiao. With a large number of sharp piercing sounds, figures from the enormous battleship army of the Human Federation rushed out from the flagship fortresses and gathered at the 1 million superstar fortresses in front of the army. Finally, They stopped abruptly in the void space in front of the Superstar Fortress Army. They were all higher-ups of the Human Federation Army who were above the level of emperors. This time, the Human Federation had dispatched a total of 30 Universe Supremes, close to 100 Universe Masters, 300 Universe Knights, and 1,500 Undying Emperors. Now, these close to 2,000 great beings, regardless of whether they were great beings from the human race or the ferocious beast elder from the Federation Senate, all appeared in human form and lined up in the void space in front of the 1 million superstar fortresses of the Human Federation. 2. The 10 people at the very front were none other than the 10 primordial era mighty figures of the Human Race Federation. Among these 10 great beings, 7 were great beings from the human race, and 3 were ferocious beast great beings. In the center were the 2 old fellows who had just arrived from the Federation Senate. Although they were both in human form, their bodies emitted ferocious beast energies that were so thick that they could not be dispersed. Obviously, they were ferocious beasts in human form. Their bodies were extremely ferocious. One of them had 2 short horns on his head, and he was Yak Knight. The other one had triangular eyes, and his face was the same. His aura was sinister, and he was Python Knight. As for their cultivation level, they emitted the aura of a great being from the primordial era. Without a doubt, these 2 were powerful half-step desolate masters, and they were the strongest beings present. At this moment, they attracted the attention of countless great beings. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 4730. In the forbidden land of the rising sun, inside Xianxia's cavern star. There were only 3 days left before all the higher-ups of the various forces in the void fragment of the primitive world would come to the magic hall for an audience. Of course, although it was said to be an audience, judging from the current situation, this so-called audience was simply an attempt to force the emperor to abdicate. Xian had already expected this, but he still insisted on it in order to speed up the integration of the various forces. Speed. He had a very strong intuition that the arrival of the end of the primitive world was getting closer and closer, and there was not much time left for everyone, of course. These forces did not have much to do with Xian. Apart from Escarver's sector, he was still somewhat concerned about the human clan. However, once the end of the primitive world arrived, all the various forces would face a huge test of survival. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. With Xian's current strength and foundation, he was not confident that he could contend with the primeval Heaven's Eye. Therefore, if these forces were to grow quickly, they would more or less cause some trouble for the primeval Heaven's Eye in the future. This was obviously beneficial to Xian. As the 6-headed blood dragon, the green ox, and the other higher-ups left with the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall, Xian fell into deep thought in the void at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun. There were only 3 days left. He decided to continue his closed-door training and break through another level of cultivation. In the past 3 months, he had been adjusting his state. The gains from the previous breakthrough had already been completely integrated into his divine soul and physical body. The opportunity for another breakthrough had also arrived. He gritted his teeth and forcibly increased his speed. It should be possible to break through 1 level of cultivation in 3 days. Rumble, after making the decision, Xian waved his hand and summoned the Shinnon Cauldron. It floated in midair behind the giant peak where the magic hall was located. Then his figure flashed, and he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he directly sat cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Whoosh! Swish! 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 Immediately after, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Xian's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine herb, and the chaos great herb. These were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. After completing everything, Xian immediately activated the power of the Shinnon Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Yixian swallowed this nascent soul fist-sized round bead into his stomach and quickly dissolved it. Why? Rumble. It melted in Yixian's mouth, and the clanking of chains could be heard from within his body, accompanied by thunderous booms. In less than half a breath of time, all the resources that he had swallowed earlier had turned into a mighty river of energy. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. With rapt attention, Yixian activated the river of energy that had formed in his body and continuously circulated it through his meridians until it was completely refined. As the river of energy completely disappeared and merged into his body and soul, he only needed to accumulate energy to launch a single attack before the shackles broke. The anticipated system notification soon rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 4th Order Primordial God. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, 4th Order Primordial God. 4th Order Primordial God was already the mid-stage of this realm. In fact, he had already possessed the battle strength of a mid-stage Supreme Primordial God. In fact, he was not far from the late-stage Supreme Primordial God. Previously, Yixian's cultivation base had been at the 3rd Order Primordial God. After activating the ancient demon ape bloodline power in his body, he could instantly climb to the 4th Order Primordial God. After activating the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle strength would immediately soar to the 4th Order Primordial God. If one were to include the addition of his physical body's boundless chi and blood to his cultivation level, his true battle strength would be comparable to a rank 5 desolate supremacy. But now, after he broke through again, Yixian would instantly possess the strength of a 5th Order Primordial God after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he activated the bloodline power of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle strength would be comparable to a 5th Order Universe Supreme. If he was in the 60 million miles huge state of his physical body, the majestic strength of his blood would increase his actual battle strength by another level. At that time, the strongest battle strength he could display would be comparable to a 6th Order Desolate Master. 6th Order Desolate Master was already at the peak of the mid-stage Desolate Master. He was only 1 order away from the late-stage Desolate Master. In other words, under normal circumstances, Yixian would be invincible under the late-stage Desolate Master. But in fact, Yixian still had the Blood Sea Secret Technique. Once he activated the power of the Blood Sea Secret Technique, he would instantly form 3 Blood Sea bodies, all of which had terrifying battle strength comparable to a 6th Order Desolate Master. Under the situation of 3 against 1, even an 8th Order Desolate Master would not be his opponent. And if he used the Fallen Sky Bow, even the peak desolate supremacy of the 9th stage Great Perfection, which is also a half-step way of the heavens like the Void Giant Tortoise, would be killed by his arrow if it was caught off guard and die. My strongest battle strength has reached the 6th Order Primordial God, and I can have at most 3 Blood Sea bodies of the same battle strength. After the breakthrough, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a clear flash of light. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly excited. There are only 5 small breakthroughs to reach the 9th Order of the Primordial God to consume a level 29 Desolate Master Treasure Pill. After calming down a little, he took a deep breath and once again muttered softly, "It seems that the refining of the level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill is becoming more and more urgent. I hope that this time I will be able to obtain a few more supreme expert blood essences from the great battle." Whoosh! After saying that, Yixian's eyes flashed, and in an instant, a black fog shot out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. This black fog was the black fog avatar of the 3 Blood Sea bodies. Previously, he had already transformed into Yixian's appearance and left with the 7 beautiful cultivators and the demonic dragon. hiding in an abandoned star far away from the rising sun, Forbidden Land. But this time, Xian was once again in seclusion to break through, so he summoned the Black Fog avatar to tear through the void and descend. Now that his seclusion had ended and he had successfully broken through, the Black Fog avatar had quietly left. Soon, when he appeared again, he would descend as Xian's original body. And now, Xian's original body, who was sitting in a magic hall, had transformed into the appearance of the violent ape in the blink of an eye. He was about 10 feet tall, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he looked towards the distant void outside the star. As if in a dream, he muttered softly, "Just 3 days. Time is up. Those 4 old fellows should also descend, right?" Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4731. As early as a day ago, the huge army of the Great Five Alliance had already arrived. They formed a huge semicircle around the rising sun, Forbidden Land, surrounding the rising sun, Forbidden Land. However, for the past day, neither the 4 armies of the demon halls outside the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, nor the armies of the 5 great alliances 1 billion kilometers away had made any movements. In front of the Great Five Alliances army, the senior officials of the Great Five Alliances army, who were above the level of emperors, stood in different camps. They were eyeing the battlefield covetously, but none of them made any moves. Now, in this vast universe, the most powerful beings were the 12 great beings of the remote antiquity. In front of the army of ferocious beasts, there was a light cluster in which there was an ancient ferocious beast of the 7th rank. In front of the army of survivors, there was a figure of an elder in a gray robe. His aura was also at the 7th rank of the remote antiquity. However, although these 2 beings were only at the late stage of the remote antiquity, they each had their own secret techniques. If necessary, they could instantly reach the level of the supreme master of the remote antiquity. Of course, they were only at the early stage of the remote antiquity. Most of them were only at the first stage of the desolate venerable realm. In addition to these 2 old monsters, the Human Federation in the center of the Great Five Alliances army was the most eye-catching. In front of the Human Federation's army stood 10 figures, all of whom were great beings of the remote antiquity. Among them, 3 of them emitted a thick aura of ferocious beasts. These 3 old guys were obviously ferocious beasts in human form. Apart from the weakest one, who was only at the 2nd rank of the remote antiquity, the other 2 had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the remote antiquity, which meant that they were half-step desolate venerables. However, even they were extremely quiet in the past day. No matter how angry they were, they didn't act rashly. This was because the mysterious master of the magic hall was so powerful that they were no match for him. Even if the 12 great beings of the remote antiquity joined forces, they wouldn't be able to shake him. They were waiting for the supreme commanders of the Star Alliance and the Alliance of Myriad Races. The highest commanders of the Star Alliance were the 9-headed blood WIRM and the Cyan Rock. The 2 supreme commanders of the Myriad Races Alliance were even stronger. They were both rank 5 desolate supremes. They were the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile. Although the 4 of them had previously fought with the Hall Master of the Magic Hall and weren't a match for him even after joining forces, the situation today was clearly different from before. As long as these 4 old fogies arrived, the Master of the Magic Hall would appear. With the 4 of them holding off the Master of the Magic Hall, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun would be nothing. At that time, any of the 12 Primordial Era almighty figures present would be able to destroy the entire Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. This was something that the Master of the Magic Hall was well aware of. Therefore, the battle today might not even happen. But to them, even if it didn't happen, they would have successfully dampened the Master of the Magic Hall's ferocity. The so-called meeting had turned into a show of force, and the Master of the Magic Hall couldn't do anything about it. This was a huge loss of face. From now on, the Magic Hall would probably have to keep a low profile. In fact, the Great Five Alliance was hoping that the Master of the Magic Hall would explode on the spot and cause a war that might not break out. First, The four old fogies would hold off the master of the magic hall. Then, half of the 12 primordial era almighty figures would be sent to destroy the forbidden land of rising sun, while the other half would go to the aid of the scarlet unicorn and the others. Even if they couldn't kill the master of the magic hall, they would at least be able to heavily injure him. This was very likely to happen. This was even better. If they could use this opportunity to get rid of the master of the magic hall, they would be able to solve the problem once and for all. In fact, it wasn't just the Great Five Alliance. Many of the higher-ups of the various powers were thinking the same thing. Currently, the Great Five Alliance's army was in a semicircle formation. They had sealed off the path of the four armies of the magic hall at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun and surrounded them. In the surrounding space, there were large amounts of ferocious beasts, battleships, and all sorts of battleships. There were even some lone figures of the human race. They were the higher-ups of some of the weaker powers. The weakest among them were at the level of emperors. The strongest even emitted the aura of a primordial era almighty figure. There were many such existences, but they didn't dare to get too close. To them, the battle between the Great Five Alliance and a magic hall was like a battle between gods. And they were all alone. To the magic hall and the Great Five Alliance, they were nothing more than little demons. When the gods fought, the little demons could only watch from afar. If they were to get too close, they would probably be in trouble. Hong long long, Kacha. Just at this moment, in this vast void that had been quiet for an entire day, but the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, suddenly there was an earth-shattering explosion without any warning, followed closely by a few extremely clear sounds of fabric tearing. Subconsciously, countless great beings from various camps looked toward the source of the sound with different expressions on their faces. In their line of sight, there were two huge cracks in the void. They were right above the armies of the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. Immediately afterward, two figures rushed out from each of the two huge void cracks. The figures that emerged from the crack in the void above the Star Alliance were the nine-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock. And the figures that emerged from the crack in the void above the Myriad Races Alliance were the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Alligator. Calculating the time, it was more than 3 months ago that these four old fellows started a great battle with Xianxia. Now that more than 3 months had passed, even though their injuries had all healed, their cultivation hadn't improved. The 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock were still First Order Supreme Primordial Master. As for the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Alligator, their cultivation had only recovered to 5th Order Supreme Primordial Master, when one reached the Desolate Supremacy realm. A small breakthrough or recovery would require a long period of time. Sometimes, it would even depend on luck. Therefore, this scene was expected from the start. At this time, the four old guys rushed out of the two cracks in the void. Their figures were originally only about 100 feet tall. However, as their figures appeared and completely descended in this corner of the void, the four old fellows immediately raised their heads and let out shocking roars and howls of rage. Roar! Screech! Screech! As these furious roars and screeches spread out, the entire vast space of the universe trembled slightly. At the same time, their bodies, which were originally only around 300 meters tall, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they had reached 100 million feet tall. Like 4 stars, they towered above the armies of the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. Their ferocity was monstrous. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4732. Roar, screech, screech. An earth-shattering roar rang out, and the entire vast void of the universe trembled slightly. At this moment, 4 powerful primordial supremes descended. At first, they were only about 1,000 feet tall, but in an instant, they grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, reaching 100 million feet tall in the blink of an eye. Like 4 stars, they stood above the army of the Star Alliance and the alliance of 10,000 races. For a moment, their ferocious aura filled the sky. These were the 4 real primordial supremes. They were not comparable to the two primordial supremes who were at the peak of ninth stage in the Human Federation army. Even the ferocious beast and the gray-robed ancestor in front of the army of ferocious beasts and the army of remnants were only at the seventh stage of the primordial supremes. They had to pay a certain price and perform some kind of secret technique to raise their cultivation to the primordial supremes in an instant. This kind of desolate supremes who were raised by secret techniques had certain shortcomings no matter how powerful they were. There is absolutely no way they could be compared to the real desolate supremes. Moreover, among the four powerful desolate supremes, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator were at the 5th stage of the middle stage. Even though the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were only first-level Desolate Supremes, they had already firmly established themselves in this realm. It could be said that these 4 powerful Desolate Supremes who had just ascended were definitely the strongest existences among the countless experts in the Great Five Alliance. Even the 10 primordial great beings of the Human Federation had to admit that this time, when the Great Five Alliance joined forces to force the Demon Palace, he was the strongest. These 4 were the real backbone of the Alliance. Without them, there would be no need to carry out this act of forcing the Magic Hall to abdicate, because there was no meaning to it at all. Therefore, at this moment, with the arrival of the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, all the experts in the Five Alliance's army focused their attention on them. They were the 10 primordial supremes at the front of the Human Federation army. They did not make a sound. It was obvious that they had tactfully given up the right to speak in this show of forcing the Emperor to abdicate, leaving the 4 members of Scarlet Unicorn in charge. As for the upper echelons of the weaker forces in the void further behind them, they held their breaths too. Their eyes glittered brightly as they fixed their gazes on the bloody Qilin and the other 3. Roar, screech, screech. The 4 primordial paragons, including the blood Qilin, threw their heads back and let out a ferocious roar that traveled billions of kilometers. Even the void of the primitive era fragment trembled slightly. Before their furious roars had even faded away, the 4 old fellows had already turned their heads and swept their gazes over the army of the 5 Great Alliance below. This time, the Great Five Alliance's upper echelons have all moved out. That's right, there are actually 12 of them. If that's the case, it'll be a piece of cake for them to crush the entire Magic Hall. Fellow cultivators, when that damned monkey appears later, will be in charge of luring him away. At that time, it'll be up to you all to kill the army of the Magic Hall in front of us. This time, I want to completely erase the name of the Magic Hall from this fragment of the Chaos world. The result was obviously very satisfying. What should come had already come. In the end, the 4 old fellows' gazes swept over the 4 armies of the Magic Hall at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, which was billions of kilometers away from them. After a burst of laughter, they immediately sent out their godly consciousness to mock them. Bao Yuan, why haven't you shown yourself yet? Didn't you send out an order for all the undying emperors and above in this fragment of the Chaos world to come and meet you? Now that we're all gathered here, you so-called master of the Magic Hall, you arrogant brat who wants to rule the world? Arrogant brat, why don't you dare to show yourself? Hee, during the battle that day, I said that after I've settled the urgent matters at hand, I'll return very soon to fight with you and take your head. Now that we're gathered here again to force you to abdicate, you sent out these small fries and crabs, yet you're not moving. Could it be that you're scared? Come out and accept your death. Today, not only you, but all the great beings under the command of the Magic Hall in the rising sun forbidden land will die. Once I'm angry, the void within billions of kilometers will be barren. Roar, roar, screech. After finishing the last sentence, the Crimson Unicorn, 9 Underworld Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, and Cyan Sky Rock raised their heads and roared at the same time. The aura within their bodies was pushed to the extreme. 4 incomparably powerful waves of desolate sovereign pressure spread out in an instant, but they did not target below or behind them. Instead, they swept toward the edge of the rising sun forbidden land that was billions of kilometers away. This was clearly a deliberate provocation. He wanted to use his pressure to crush the 4 great legions of the Magic Hall outside the rising sun forbidden land and give the master of the Magic Hall a show of strength. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Rumble. Almost at the same time, an earth-shattering rumble rang out. In the deepest part of the rising sun forbidden land, the atmosphere violently surged and then automatically parted to form an incomparably wide path. A black light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived outside the star. This black light expanded with the wind, and in less than a breath of time, it had already turned into an incomparably towering black palace that was tens of thousands of kilometers in size. Its entire body was as black as ink, but it was sparkling and translucent. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it gave people the feeling that it was incomparably high-end and grand, emitting a kind of supreme, domineering majesty. The huge palace was tens of thousands of kilometers wide, and it was the main hall of the Magic Hall. As soon as it appeared, an invisible pressure spread out from the Black Palace and easily dissolved the 4 waves of desolate sovereign pressure that were sweeping over from billions of kilometers away. Xianxia was currently in charge of this palace, so he couldn't be bothered to directly appear. With a thought, he brought the entire demon palace and flew out. At this time, the Magic Hall was tens of thousands of kilometers tall, towering above the 4 great legions at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land. It looked extremely powerful and eye-catching. Whoosh! Swish, swish, swish. As the demon hall charged out of the forbidden land of the rising sun, figures immediately flew out from the 4 great armies at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun. They gathered in front of the Black Magic Hall. Leading them were 6-headed blood dragon and green cow, as well as Zhao Dong, Qiannan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the other Universe Knights. Behind these 8 were Yuling Long, Long Jiang, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-Claw Dragon, Long Shantang, and more than 400 Undying Emperors since 2 days ago, when they led the legions into formation at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land. They hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. Now that they saw the Magic Hall flying over, they immediately showed themselves. They clasped their fists in the air and bowed towards the Black Palace. Greetings, Demon Master. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of the book. Chapter 4733. It was a weird scene. As far as everyone knew, the Master of Devil Hall was a powerful and violent starry sky raging ape. He was clearly the original owner of this prehistorical world fragment. Strictly speaking, he should be on the same side as the alliance of ferocious beasts. But in fact, this star-raging ape had set up his own organization, occupied the forbidden land of Rising Sun, built the Magic Hall, and called himself the Master of the Magic Hall. But now, among the more than 400 high-level subordinates of the Magic Hall who had rushed out from the 4 legions of the Magic Hall, there was a mix of good and bad people. Those ferocious beasts were one thing, but the Devil Hall Master was a starry sky, berserk ape. As a ferocious beast expert, it was normal for them to submit to him. But in fact, among the more than 400 high-level subordinates of the Magic Hall, besides the fierce beasts, there were also great beings from other races and powers. The most eye-catching ones were Zhao Dong, Qiannan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who were all Universe Knights. In this fragment of space, the fierce beasts in the Forbidden Land and the people of the Primordial had always been enemies. But now, Zhao Dong and the other 3 led a large number of great beings from the tribes of the Primordial to submit to the star-raging ape, which was a powerful and ruthless fierce beast. The faces of the people of the Primordial. Among the legions of the 5 alliances, at the forefront of the Legion of the Alliance of the Primordial, the high-level members of the Alliance of the Primordial immediately pulled a long face and gritted their teeth, but they didn't do anything for the time being. Apart from the fierce beasts and the Alliance of the Primordial, The more than 400 high-level subordinates of the Magic Hall were all great beings from various races and powers on the three main planes of the starry sky. For example, the three-clawed dragon was from the Senate of the former Wanluo Federation. For example, Long Shantang was one of the elders of the undying dynasty of the human race. For example, the six-headed blood dragon, the blood dragon ancestor, and the green rock ancestor had betrayed their race not long ago. They were from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan, respectively. Especially the six-headed blood dragon, who was personally appointed by the nine-headed blood dragon to be the guardian of the Crown Prince Dragon. But now, Crown Prince Jiao was gone, and he was alive and well. He had become a general under the Magic Hall Master who had killed Crown Prince Jiao. This was simply unbearable. The moment the nine-headed blood dragon saw him, its huge eyes turned red. In a previous battle with the Master of the Magic Hall, only the Master of the Magic Hall appeared. His subordinates did not appear. Therefore, the nine-headed blood dragon did not see the six-headed blood dragon. Now that he suddenly saw this mixed-blood descendant of his, a monstrous rage instantly rushed to his brain. Screech, six-headed blood dragon, you shameless old bastard. The nine-headed blood dragon raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its eyes instantly locked onto the six-headed blood dragon that was 1 billion miles away. The roar was as loud as thunder. Get over here and let me slap you to death with my claws. At least I will have a quick death. Otherwise, when I capture you later, I will definitely burn your soul and torture you for tens of thousands of years. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. All of this happened too suddenly, and it gave the great beings from various camps in the surrounding void space a great shock. After being stunned for a moment, the great beings from all sides subconsciously looked at the nine-headed blood dragon. Then, they turned to look at the six-headed blood dragon opposite them. The expressions on their faces gradually became strange. At the same time, the six-headed blood dragon, who had just bowed to the Black Magic Hall, also turned to look at the nine-headed blood dragon. There was no trace of fear on his face at all. Although his cultivation level was only at the level of a Universe Supreme, he was already at the level of a Universe Supreme. However, the nine-headed blood dragon, who had broken through to the level of a Primordial Supreme, was actually calm and composed. Even when he spoke, he was calm and collected. Now, what right do you have to speak to me like this? I am no longer a member of the Blood Dragon clan. All these years, ask yourself honestly, have you ever really treated me, the six-headed blood dragon, as a descendant of your bloodline? Even if you sent me to that unfilial son of yours as a guardian, I was just a shield that could be sacrificed at any time. I have had enough of such days. On the contrary, it was only after entering the Magic Hall that I found myself and found the value of my existence. In a short period of time, not only did I break through to the level of a Universe Supreme that I had not broken through for a long time, but I also received high regard and even respect from Lord Demon Master. We are both members of the Blood Dragon clan, but as the clan ancestor, you have always treated me like a cow or a horse. You have never looked me in the eye. Lord Demon Master has nothing to do with me, but he has never ordered me around. If we really talk about cultivation level and strength, are you a match for Lord Demon Master? Not to mention killing you with one finger. At most, he just needs to throw a few more punches. He will definitely be able to kill you. You are so powerful, but you do not put on airs at all. Instead, you care and care for your subordinates. This is something that I have never felt in your Blood Dragon clan. Just based on this, it is only a matter of time before I leave the Blood Dragon clan and enter the Magic Hall. That's right. Just as the six-headed blood dragon finished speaking, the three-clawed dragon beside him stepped forward and took over the conversation. As he spoke, he had already turned to look at the camp of the Great Five Alliance, which was 1 billion miles away. There was clearly a hint of persuasion in his tone. Fellow cultivators, Lord Demon Master's momentum of dominating the world is already unstoppable. More importantly, following Lord Demon Master, not only will your cultivation level and strength improve rapidly, but you will also receive the high regard and even respect that you deserve. All the great beings who have entered the Magic Hall are aware of this. I advise all of you not to make a mistake and to return to the Magic Hall as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you persist in going about things the wrong way, you will definitely die. When that time comes, it will be too late to regret. These words were clearly persuasion before the battle, trying to shake the morale of the Great Five Alliance. The higher-ups of the other alliances did not react much. Although they were indignant, they did not react much for the time being. However, the 10 great beings of the primordial era in front of the Human Federation army were different. Among these 10 people, 6 were from the cultivation and technology camps of the human clan, while the other 4 were from the former Federation Senate of the 10,000 Luo Federation. It just so happened that the 3-clawed flood dragon was also a low-level elder of the Federation Senate. At this moment, in front of the 4 of them, he said such words to persuade them to surrender. It was simply a slap in the face, and it was a resounding slap. The other 2 were weaker in terms of cultivation level. They were only at the early stage of the primordial era. Although their faces were extremely gloomy, they did not say anything. However, the other 2 old fellows, Venerable Yak and Venerable Python, who had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the primordial era or half-step desolate supremacy, did not care so much. Their faces suddenly darkened, and the 2 old fellows roared like thunder. Roar. Screech, 3-clawed dragon, you shameless traitor. How dare you persuade me to surrender? Do you want to die? Come. Since that's the case, come closer if you have the guts. This sovereign can deal with you with one slap. Quite arrogant. Just as the 2 of them finished speaking, a cold snort suddenly sounded from the Black Demon Palace high above the 4 great armies of the Demon Palace. It seems that this king will have to kill one first to show off his might. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4734. Bang! Rumble. Just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion came from the front of the Human Federation army, followed by endless rumbling of thunder. A figure suddenly appeared behind Yak Master and Python Master. It was none other than the Raging Star Ape. Both Yak Master and Python Master had already revealed their bloodline true forms, which were millions of feet tall. Compared to them, the Raging Star Ape, which was only about 3 feet tall, was simply insignificant. Therefore, when the Raging Star Ape appeared, no one noticed it. In fact, Xianxia had already been there for a long time. He had only appeared when the 2 old fellows made a sound. With his current cultivation base and the perfect use of his spiritual power secret technique, even the Void Tortoise might not be able to detect him. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to hide from the others. There was a reason why he had targeted Yak Master and Python Master from the beginning. On one hand, it was because the 2 old fellows were half-step desolate venerables. They were very powerful, and if he could take care of one desolate venerables, it would be less stressful when Xianxia, disguised as his Black Fog avatar, arrived. On the other hand, he had another purpose in this battle, which was to collect the blood essence of powerful beings. Both Yak Master and Python Master were complete stage 9 existences in the primordial antiquity era. The blood essence refined from the blood mist formed by the explosion of their bodies was of the highest quality. One blood essence was equivalent to 2 blood essences, so Xianxia naturally would not miss it. However, these 2 old fellows were half-step desolate sovereigns after all, so it wasn't that easy to kill them. As for Xianxia, it was impossible for him to stay here and fight. Therefore, when they were caught off guard and attacked without any warning, Xianxia could only kill one of them. His target was Yak Master. At this moment, as the violent ape suddenly appeared and punched the back of the head, the Yak Elder didn't even have the chance to react. His entire huge body had already turned into a cloud of blood mist in the midst of a shocking explosion, spreading out at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! At this moment, Bao Yuan also waved his hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic, invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Just like that, he began the blood essence condensation. As soon as all of this was done, his figure disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1 billion kilometers away in front of the giant black palace in the sky above the 4 great factions of the Magic Hall. At this point, the number of almighty blood essences that he used to refine the level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pill had reached 12. Among them, the one that he had just obtained was of the highest quality. One could almost match two. Previously, he only had 11 almighty blood essences and could only refine 7 to 8 desolate supreme treasure pills. The reason why he hadn't started refining was because he wasn't satisfied with the quantity. After all, this was the desolate supreme treasure pill. It required the blood essence of almighty figures as the main raw material to refine it. Once the cauldron was started, he would need at least 5 almighty blood essences. After that, with every almighty blood essence, he would be able to refine 1 more desolate supreme treasure pill. At least 4 of them would be used as a foundation. With 12 almighty blood essences in hand, with Yixian's current attainment in the Tao of Alchemy, he could probably refine 8 to 9 desolate supreme treasure pills. However, because he had obtained the highest quality almighty blood essence of the desolate supreme treasure pill, 1 almighty blood essence was equivalent to 2 desolate supreme treasure pills. Therefore, if there were no accidents, once Yixian started refining, he could basically guarantee that there would be 9 desolate supreme treasure pills. As for the probability of 10 desolate supreme treasure pills, it was only 30%, but it wasn't completely impossible. All of this happened too quickly. From a moment Yixian suddenly appeared behind the Human Race Federation's Yak Honored and blew him up with 1 punch. To the instant he returned to the front of the Magic Hall. Only 2 breaths had passed. It happened so quickly that no one could react. By the time they reacted, the Human Race Federation had already lost a powerful half-step Desolate Supreme. At this moment, Python Honored's body trembled. An unprecedented fear suddenly struck his heart, enveloping his entire body. It was only now that he felt a strong sense of lingering fear. Just a moment ago, he had clearly returned from the gates of hell. The Master of the Magic Hall had chosen to kill Yak Honored to show his power. It was obviously a random choice. If he had been the one targeted just now, he would have been dead by now. Roar, roar, screech. Almost at the same time, the Crimson Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock finally regained their senses and let out a shocking roar. What a slap to the face. The 4 of them were still there. Below and behind them, there were 12 powerful ancient beings, as well as countless experts, battleships from the Great Five Alliance. However, even under such circumstances, Bao Yuan was still so arrogant, killing without a word. Most importantly, he had succeeded. Before they could react, he had killed a half-step Desolate Supremacy and retreated in an instant. This was simply a blatant disregard. He didn't put them in his eyes at all and didn't treat them as anything. Not only them, but there were also countless powerhouses under and behind the 4 old men. After a brief moment of stunned silence, their expressions changed drastically. They all gasped in shock. In an instant, all kinds of horrified cries sounded like a tide, covering the sky and earth. What? Yak Honored of the Human Race Federation was killed? His body exploded, and even his blood mist was taken away. His body and soul were destroyed. He was a powerful pinnacle expert, known as a half-step Desolate Supremacy. Although he did not even make a sound, he was directly killed by the Master of the Magic Hall. Savage. Violent. This is too arrogant. Previously, I had only heard of the Master of the Magic Hall. Now that I have seen him in person, I did not expect him to be so terrifying. This is definitely better than seeing him in person. No wonder he dared to lead the Magic Hall alone to provoke the various races and forces in the Chaos World Fragment. He clearly has the strength and confidence to do so. Is this a dream? In the blink of an eye, a powerful pinnacle expert was killed. As soon as the Master of the Magic Hall arrived, there was already blood. It seems that today's battle is absolutely unavoidable. Facing 4 Desolate Supremacies, 12 Desolate Supremacies, and countless troops from the Great Five Alliance, he is still so domineering and tough. The Demon Lord is indeed worthy of his reputation. This is going against the heavens. At this moment, the void was in an uproar. Countless experts were shocked. However, a billion miles away, in front of the Black Magic Hall above the 4 legions of the Magic Hall, the violent star Ape, who was only 10 feet tall, completely ignored them. Its eyes flashed as it glanced at the remnant army on its right. Chapter 4735. Following Bao Yuan's thunderous attack, he instantly killed Yak Zun of the Human Federation. After a brief silence, the entire void was in an uproar. There were countless furious roars and howls resounding throughout the void. Crimson Unicorn, 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, 9-Headed Blood Dragon, Cyan Rock, and all the higher-ups in front of the 5 alliances were furious. Seeing this scene, Bao Yuan, who had returned to the front of the Black Magic Hall, looked back. His eyes flashed as he glanced at the remnant's army in front of him on the right. He said faintly, "It seems that you are still a little unconvinced. In that case, I will kill another one, until all of you surrender." Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, his figure had disappeared. This was exactly the same situation as when he killed Yak Zun of the Human Federation. He must have used some kind of extremely powerful aura concealment secret technique and launched a teleportation. This time, his target was obviously the rank 7 expert of the Desolation era, the gray-robed expert in front of the Survivors Alliance. No one doubted this, because since he wanted to kill the enemy to establish his prestige, he naturally had to kill the enemy in one blow to be effective. And it was impossible for the 4 powerful experts, Crimson Unicorn, 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and Cyan Rock, to be killed in one blow. Among the 10 experts in the Human Federation, Yak Zun had just been killed. Obviously, he was most vigilant and could make a mistake. Naturally, his target could only be one of the 2 ancient powerhouses in front of the army of the Survivors Alliance and the Beast Alliance. Considering that his eyes were fixed on the powerful figure in the gray-robed remnant just now, everyone believed that this powerful figure in the gray-robed remnant at Stage 7 was the target of Bao Yuan's attack, Screech. "Bao Yuan, you're too arrogant. I'm not a soft persimmon that anyone can bully." Just as Bao Yuan's figure disappeared, in the void on the right side of the Remnant's Alliance, the expert in gray robes at the front of the Remnant's Alliance's army had a drastic change of expression. He raised his head and let out a roar. As he roared with indignation, he raised his left hand and directly inserted it into his right chest. Hiss! With a horrifying tearing sound, the right chest of the powerful figure of the Remnant was pulled open by his own hand, and in the blink of an eye he pulled out a beating heart. Most humans had their hearts on the left side of their chest, although there were some special cases where the heart was on the right side. He was not like that. In fact, there was a heart on each side of him. In the right side of his chest, which was the heart that was being pulled out at this moment, was implanted with a secret technique. It was nurtured every day, accumulating a great amount of power. Once it was needed, this extra heart would be a life-saving measure. However, this kind of secret technique could only be used once because the heart that was pulled out was a one-time consumable. Although it could be implanted in the future using the secret technique, it would take a long time of nurturing before it could achieve amazing results again. Kacha kacha! As the heart was pulled out, the powerful being in the gray robe directly put it to his mouth and chewed it. At this moment, he was like a demon god. Such a bloody and terrifying scene was infuriating. People would go crazy just by looking at it, let alone him. The moment he used this secret technique, he had already fallen into a berserk state. At this time, with every bite he took, the cultivation aura of the powerful being in the gray robe skyrocketed. In just 3 breaths, after the entire heart was swallowed into his stomach, his original strength of the 7th Order of the Ancients had skyrocketed to the 1st Order of the Ancients Supreme. The aura of his cultivation was powerful and brutal, which was horrifying. Xiao, 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 for extremely sharp sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and the 4 powerful ancients, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Secret Demon Crocodile, the 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Cyan Sky Rock, arrived at the same time, surrounding the powerful being in the gray robe. At this moment, within a radius of 100 million miles, there were 5 powerful Desolate Supremes gathered. They were waiting for the moment when the violent ape appeared, and at that time, they would attack at the same time. Even if they could not kill it, they could at least severely injure it. This was a great opportunity, and they could not miss it. Are you guys stupid or not? Don't you know how to create a diversion? What's wrong with your brains? Bang! Almost in the next moment, the violent ape appeared, but it was not by the side of the powerful being in the gray robe, but hundreds of millions of miles away, at the forefront of the army of the Beast Alliance. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of the violent ape, he blasted a punch at the commander of the Beast Alliance, the 7th Order powerful being shrouded in a mass of light. All of this was too unexpected. With the earth-shattering explosion, the ferocious beast in the ball of light did not even have the chance to react. Its entire huge body had turned into a cloud of blood mist in the midst of the earth-shattering explosion, spreading out at an extremely fast speed. Xiao! The violent ape also waved his hand at this moment, and a majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, covering a radius of thousands of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Just like that, he began the blood essence condensation. After completing all of this, Bao Yuan's figure disappeared. When he reappeared in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the huge black palace in the sky above the 4 factions in the magic hall. With the almighty blood essence in his hands, Yixian now had a total of 13 almighty blood essences to refine the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Among them, the one he had obtained earlier was of the highest quality. One was equivalent to 2. Previously, he only had 12 blood essences in his hands. If there were no accidents, once Yixian started refining, he could basically guarantee that 9 Desolate Supreme Pellets would be produced. As for the probability of 10, it was only 30%, but it was not completely impossible. However, he now had another one. Now, he had a total of 13 blood essences of great existences, and one of them was even a top-grade item. Even when he killed the unknown existence in the ferocious beast army, he had obtained a late-stage 7th Order Great Existence blood essence. As a result, with Yixian's current attainments in alchemy, according to his deduction, once he opened the furnace, refining 10 level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills was already a done deal. There was no more suspense. Even the probability of producing 11 pills was not completely impossible. Although it was not high, it was at least about 40%. Even if it was only 10 batches, it was barely enough for Yixian. His original minimum goal was 10 pills. Now that this battle had not yet begun, he had already completed the minimum goal ahead of time. This immediately made him feel refreshed. Roar! Who else is not convinced? Just tell me your names. I will kill them all. After raising his head and roaring, the violent ape turned around and swept his gaze over the shocked experts. Just as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he entered the black magic hall under his feet. Chapter 4736. In the blink of an eye, the master of the magic hall launched a thunderous attack, killing another powerful desolate magic hall before retreating back to the black magic hall 1 billion miles away. From the time he suddenly appeared and attacked twice in a row until now, he had successfully retreated. From start to finish, less than 10 breaths had passed. In just 10 breaths, the Great Five Alliance had lost 2 powerful Desolate Era experts, and one of them was a half-step Desolate Venerable at the 9th Order Perfection stage. It was an extremely heavy loss. Now, in the Great Five Alliance, although there were still 4 Supreme Desolate Era experts, the number of Desolate Era experts had decreased sharply from the previous 12 to the current 10. The Human Race Federation had 9 Supreme Desolate Era experts, and the Survivors Alliance had 1 Supreme Desolate Era expert. In fact, in just 10 breaths, the Great Five Alliance had lost more than just the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts on the surface. The more serious loss was the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts. Although the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts of the Fierce Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance were only at the 7th order of the Supreme Desolate Era on the surface. In fact, both of them had special secret techniques that allowed them to instantly possess the strength of a Supreme Desolate Era expert if they paid a certain price. Even if it was only at the 1st order of the Supreme Desolate Era, it was at least a Supreme Desolate Era expert. Previously, the Scarlet Unicorn, the Nine-Helled Demon Crocodile, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock had joined forces to fight the Master of the Magic Hall, but they were no match for him. However, if the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts were added, the situation was completely different. It was very possible for them to suppress the Master of the Magic Hall. It could be said that the 2 Supreme Desolate Era experts were absolutely significant. But now, the Supreme Desolate Era expert of the Fierce Beast Alliance was gone, and the Supreme Desolate Era expert of the Survivors Alliance had used a secret technique under the Master of the Magic Hall. Right now, Huang Xiaolong's strength had reached the 1st order supremacy of the Desolate Era, but he didn't know how long he could maintain this state. Originally, according to the plan of the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Ghastly Demon Crocodile, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, the 4 of them would first entangle the Master of the Magic Hall. Then, at the most critical moment, they would signal the 2 powerful figures of the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance to activate the secret method to increase their cultivation. At that time, with 6 desolate supremacies gathered together, and at the most crucial moment, even if they could not kill the Magic Hall Master on the spot, they could at least severely injure him. Once the owner of the Magic Hall was severely injured, the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun would be finished. Once the Master of the Magic Hall escaped, none of them could survive, or all of them would be captured. This plan was indeed perfect, but unfortunately, the 4 of them, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Ghastly Demon Crocodile, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, didn't even have time to privately discuss it with each other, let alone the 2 powerful figures of the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance. Everything had gone up in smoke. 2 desolate supremacies, one was dead, and the other had activated the secret method in advance. Now, they couldn't hold on for long in their current state. It was almost meaningless. Such a change was really unacceptable to the 4 of them, but it was a fact, and it was useless to be depressed. It was better to take advantage of the fact that the powerful figure in the gray robe of the Survivors Alliance activated the secret method, and the Great Five Alliance still had 5 desolate supremacies present, and start the war. Thinking of this, the 4 of them immediately exchanged a look. With tacit understanding, they turned their heads and looked at the black magic hall at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun a billion miles away. The voice of the divine sense instantly spread out, resounding in all directions, provoking them on the spot. What's a diversion? It's obviously a sneak attack. You're the master of the magic hall, but you actually used such a despicable means to deal with a powerful figure from the antiquity era. You're simply shameless. Don't talk nonsense with him, big monkey. Do you dare to fight? Come out immediately and accept your death. Today, not only you, but all the subordinates of the magic hall in the forbidden land of the rising sun will be buried together with you. Roar. Screech. Screech. In the end, the 4 old guys raised their heads and roared wildly. A part of the void was shaken, and it could be said that their arrogance was monstrous. According to what you said, are the powerful figures from the antiquity era no different from ants? Before the roar and screech ended, a cold snort came from the black magic hall at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun a billion miles away. There was endless contempt and disdain in the words. You're just a few losers. Even when you joined forces, you were defeated by me and fled. Now, you actually have the nerve to come in front of me and clamor. You're really thick-skinned. I've just killed 2 almighty figures and taken away their abundant vital energy and blood. I was originally intending to refine them, but since all of you are in such a hurry to court death, then I'll do as you wish. I only need to dispatch 2 clones, and it would be sufficient to kill all of you until you flee. If you have the ability, don't run away this time. Roar. Listening to his words, it was clear that his original body would stay behind and guard the magic hall. He would only send out 2 Bloodsea clones, and 2 dragons to fight the enemies. Swish! The last roar had just sounded when a figure shot out from the black magic hall at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun, a billion miles away. Its speed was extremely fast, and an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air resounded in the air. It was the master of the magic hall, the starry sky, berserk ape that was only a few meters tall. Walala! With the appearance of the berserk ape, the sound of splashing water could be heard. The berserk ape's entire body instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping the void at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun and a corner of the universe's void. Roar! Roar! Screech! Then from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. In the shocking, boundless sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the starry sky, berserk ape. One was a skeleton without any flesh and blood, just a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. One was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a berserk ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog. Even its pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. In an instant, the 3 blood sea avatars condensed, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all 5th-order desolate ancient venerables. But in fact, the true battle strength of these 3 blood sea avatars, due to the support of the majestic blood chi in their 60 million miles long bodies, had reached the level of 6th-order desolate ancient venerables. Of course, the black fog avatar of the 3 avatars was completely fake. It was transformed by Xianxia using the blood sea secret technique. Although the aura emitted from its body was not wrong, in fact, it did not have much battle strength. Once it left the blood sea, even if it was a desolate ancient venerables, it could explode with a punch. Chapter 4737. 5th-order desolate venerable. His combat strength is comparable to a 6th-order desolate venerable. How long has it been? It's only been 3 months, but this damn monkey's cultivation strength has increased again. Although it's only 1 level, it's only been 3 months. Fellow cultivators, in today's battle, we must seriously injure him so that we can have a chance to kill him. Otherwise, in the future, I'm afraid no one will be able to shake him. That's right. His cultivation speed is truly too terrifying. As the blood sea soared into the sky, the 3 blood sea clones rose from the boundless blood sea. In the sky above the opposing camp that was billions of kilometers away, a series of gasps of astonishment instantly rang out. Scarlet Unicorn, 9 secret demon crocodile, 9-headed blood dragon, and Azure Sky Rock all changed their expressions. The former 2 had only recovered their cultivation to 5th-order desolate venerable, while the latter 2 were only 1st-order desolate venerable. Previously, the 3 blood sea avatars of Bao Yuan were only 4th-order desolate venerable, but their combat strength was comparable to 5th-order desolate venerable. The 4 of them were no match for him. Now, it seemed that this battle was obviously going to be more difficult. Fortunately, there was now one more powerful remnant. After swallowing the reserve heart in his right chest, his strength had skyrocketed to 1st-order desolate venerable, and he was still in this state. With this desolate venerable of the Remnant Alliance, the 4 of them only needed to entangle the master of the Magic Hall. At least, the 4 legions of the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun would definitely not be able to escape. After dealing with this group of ants, they would turn around and join the battle. As long as the Remnant Alliance could hold on for a certain period of time, they might be able to severely injure Bao Yuan in this battle. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the Blood Kirin and the other 3 exchanged glances again. At the same time, they secretly transmitted a voice message to the powerful figure in the gray robe in front of the army of the Survivors Alliance, telling him to follow them and join the battle to suppress the Demon Hall Master together. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly rang out from the skies above the myriad races Alliance army. Endless blood flames gushed out from the body of the Scarlet Unicorn, turning a large part of the universe void red. At this moment, he pushed his fifth, rank desolate sovereign cultivation to the extreme. The pressure was invisible, but it caused the void to tremble slightly, and there seemed to be a low, buzzing sound. Damned monkey, come out and face your death. With a low, buzzing sound, the bloody unicorn rushed out toward the black magic hall at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun 1,000,000,000 miles away. Scarlet Unicorn wanted to force the master of the magic hall to make a move. They were pressed for time and could not afford to waste any more time. You're just a loser, yet you have the face to say such words? Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Come, 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 let's find a spacious place and torture you to my heart's content. Whoosh! Above the Black Demon Palace, in the vast and boundless sea of blood, the violent ape avatar of the three Blood Sea avatars took large strides and rushed over. Before the words in its mouth fell, it had already leaped up and shot toward the void in the distance to the left. Roar! The blood Qilin played right into his hands. His original goal was to lure the Bao Yuan's three Blood Sea clones away, so that the Great Five Alliance's army could slaughter the demonic hall's four armies at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Now that he saw the violent ape take the initiative to rush to the left, he immediately raised his head and roared, following closely in the void. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the upper echelons of the various forces who were watching from afar changed drastically. Without saying a word, they turned around and scattered in all directions. There were too many people, and for a moment, this corner of the void became a pot of porridge. Although many people escaped in time and hid further away, there were also some who did not escape in time and met with misfortune. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of explosions could be heard. They were so dense that it sounded like beans being fried. Those fellows who did not manage to dodge in time could not withstand the terrifying pressure from the two middle-stage desolate venerables. Their bodies exploded and they died. In the vast void of the universe, a thin layer of blood mist filled the air, and a pungent smell of blood floated. Boom! Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the violent ape and the bloody unicorn had already left and were billions of miles away. As the battle began, earth-shattering roars could be heard. This was an intense battle between two mid-stage desolate supremacies. The stars in the battlefield exploded one after another, and the aura was violent and chaotic to the extreme. It was impossible to see the real situation of the battle. However, there was no doubt that the bloody unicorn was no match for the violent ape. From the beginning of this battle, he would probably fall into an awkward situation of being beaten up. However, it was impossible for the violent ape to kill the bloody unicorn. Even if he was heavily injured, it would not be possible in a short period of time. Roar! On the other side, the battle between the violent ape and the bloody unicorn had already begun. In the sky above the army of the 10,000 Races Alliance, another earth-shattering roar could be heard. The 9U demon crocodile, who was also a fifth-stage desolate supremacy, rushed out, his body turned into a black light, and his speed was extremely fast, heading straight for the edge of the Rising Sun forbidden land, above the four armies of the Magic Hall, the vast sea of blood in the sky above the Black Magic Hall. Another one looking for a beating? As you wish. Screech! In a vast sea of blood, the ferocious skeleton avatar, which was entirely purple in color, raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Before the voice of the divine sense had finished, its terrifying figure, which was 60 million miles long, had already taken large strides. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the sea of blood and shot towards the right side of the void. Demon crocodile, if you are itching for a beating, come over quickly. It just so happens that my fist is also itching. Whoosh! This scene was exactly what the 9U demon crocodile wanted to see. The bloody unicorn lured away one of the Blood Sea avatars, and he lured another one away. The last one would be left to the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the one who activated the secret technique and temporarily had the battle strength of a first-stage desolate supremacy. Even if the three of them could not do anything to the other Black Fog avatar for the time being, at least the four armies of the Magic Hall that were 1 billion miles away would definitely not be able to escape. In any case, all of this could not be changed. The current situation was like this. The Magic Hall was in danger. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the nine-hued demon crocodile no longer hesitated. With a shake of his shoulders, his huge body instantly turned into a black light and followed the skeleton avatar. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the right side of the void that was billions of miles away. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Boom! Rumble! In this void, there were originally a large number of idle upper echelons of the powerhouses looking from afar. Now that they saw the two powerful middle-stage desolate venerables shooting towards them, although some of them managed to escape further away, a portion of them exploded and died under the pressure of the terrifying desolate venerables. Along with the dense sound of frying beans, in the distant void that was billions of miles away on the right side of the void, an earth-shattering battle had begun. Chapter 4738. In the blink of an eye, the Bloodshielan and the nine-held demon alligator lured away the Blood-Sea doppelganger of the Demon Hall Master's 3 Blood-Sea doppelgangers, namely the Violent Ape and the Skeleton doppelganger. 1 billion miles ahead, in the sky of the Black Magic Hall, which was above the four armies of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, there was only one figure left in the vast Blood Sea. Only the Black Fog avatar of the 3 Blood Sea avatars. Although it was a lone figure, the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was that of a rank 5 desolate ancient mighty figure. In addition to its huge body, it had an additional level of cultivation strength. Its combat strength was comparable to a rank 6 desolate venerable. Of course, all of this was only on the surface. It was an illusion. The real Black Fog doppelganger was no longer here. This was a virtual image that the body in the skeleton temporarily created using the Blood-Sea secret technique before it left. In the camp of the Great Five Alliance, there were 3 supreme beings of the primordial era. There were the 9-headed blood dragon, the Xianxia rock, and the great being in the gray robe. 3-1 in addition, there were 9 powerful beings of the primordial era. All of them were in front of the camp of the Human Federation. Among them, there was even a 9th-level great being of the primordial era who was a half-step desolate master. It could be said that the difference in strength between the two camps was extremely obvious. The Demon Hall side was in an absolute disadvantage and was in an extremely bad situation. Although the 9-headed blood dragon, the Xianxia rock, and the great being in the gray robe were only first-level desolate masters, when the 3 of them joined forces, it was not a problem for them to fight against the last of the 3 Blood Sea bodies of the Master of Magic Hall, which was the Black Mist body. Although it was inevitable that they would be defeated, they could at least restrain the Black Mist body for a short period of time. Once that happened, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the void space 1 billion miles away would face the threat of annihilation. After leaving the Master of Magic Hall, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall were nothing in front of the army of the Great Five Alliance. The most powerful being among them was the 9-headed blood dragon, who was only a first-level Universe Supreme. On the other hand, the Great Five Alliance had too many Universe Supreme beings to count. Even if the 9-headed blood dragon, the Xianxia rock, and the great being in the gray robe lured the Black Mist body away, there were still 9 powerful beings of the primordial era on the Human Federation's side. Any one of them could annihilate the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in a short time. The situation was clear at a glance. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to see it. Howl! Screech! After a short moment of silence, the Xianxia rock raised their heads and the Xianxia rock, and let out a rock roar and rock. The Great Five Alliance of the Battle of the Alliances of, and Ape of Blood was blood as tribe battle robe. At this moment, the fighting spirit in the 3 of them had reached its peak. Although they were not as brazen as the Crimson Unicorn and the 9-held demon crocodile, they were about to rush out. Their desire to fight was burning to the extreme, and they did not try to hide it at all. Seeing this, The void space around them was filled with gasps. All kinds of exclamations rang out like a tide, covering the sky and earth. The situation in the magic hall is not good. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Master's 3 Blood Sea bodies are down to only 1 black mist body. Once this black mist body is lured away, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall and the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun will be annihilated in an instant. Even the army of the Sky River sector behind the 4 armies will not be able to escape this calamity. The last time the Human Federation attacked the Sky River sector, they suffered great losses. This time, they will not let go of this opportunity to take revenge. Moreover, that heavenly river star master, Xianxia, who is said to be heaven-defying, didn't appear last time. If nothing unexpected happens, he's either dead or still in seclusion. What's more, his current cultivation level is at most that of a universe master. Even if he doesn't go into seclusion, I'm afraid he won't be able to solve this kind of crisis. They're not on the same level at all. The bloodline ancestor of the Dark Turtle clan is indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, the legendary Void Turtle is most likely not in this fragment of the universe. Otherwise, when the Human Federation attacked the Sky River sector last time, he would not have needed to send a message to the Master of the Magic Hall to help. Even if he's aware of the crisis that the Dark Turtle clan is currently facing, he most likely won't be able to do anything about it. The spatial giant Tortoise is renowned, but it's clearly not to the extent that its reputation alone can frighten the Human Federation. It is not like the human race does not have remote antiquity master. He is just sleeping. From the looks of it, regardless of whether the Demon Hall Master will be tricked or not, at the very least, the 4 great armies of the Demon Hall and the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun will definitely not be able to survive. Without these subordinates, the Demon Hall will only exist in name. No matter how powerful the Demon Hall Master is, it will be difficult for him to accomplish anything if he is all alone. An ambitious and ruthless person originally wanted to fight for a big scene and rule the world in this fragment of the primordial world. However, from the looks of it now, it is just a bubble in the end. At the end of the speech, sighs could be heard from all around the space. Compared to the top leaders of the Great Five Alliance who hated the Master of the Magic Hall, such as the Bloody Unicorn, the 9-Helled Demon Crocodile, the 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Cyan Sky Rock, the low-level great beings of the Great Five Alliance did not have a deep grudge against the Master of the Magic Hall. After all, they were not at the same level. To put it bluntly, they were not qualified to do so. On the contrary, many of them were mesmerized by the Master of the Magic Hall. No matter what era or space-time it was, there was no lack of people who were fascinated by the Master of the Magic Hall. Therefore, when they saw that the Master of the Magic Hall was at his end and could not escape from his dream, these great beings of the Great Five Alliance suddenly sighed and sighed. In fact, they were not the only ones. Even the troops of the Sky River sector behind the 4 armies of the Magic Hall had their hearts in their mouths at this moment. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, the Demon King Mo, Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle tribe, Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito King, and the other top leaders of the various forces of the Sky River sector, including Old Man Xin Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small forces and families, were not fools. Naturally, they could see that the current situation was not good. At this moment, everyone frowned tightly, and their hearts were in their throats. They were afraid that the last black fog avatar left by the Master of the Magic Hall would also be lured away to the distant space to fight. If that was the case, they would not be able to escape today. Walala, right at this moment, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the vast sea of blood high above the Black Magic Hall suddenly made an earth-shattering sound. In less than a breath, the originally vast sea of blood had instantly shrunk and disappeared into the body of the Black Fog Avatar. You 3 ants aren't even worthy of me taking action personally. At the same time, the Black Fog Avatar turned his head and glanced at the dumbfounded 9-Headed Blood Dragon, Cyan Sky Rock, and the powerful beings in gray robes. Before he finished speaking, he had already entered the black demonic palace beneath him. Don't worry, I'll just sit here and watch you guys and the 9 supreme beings get thrashed together. It's a wonderful show. Chapter 4739. You three ants are not worthy enough for me to deal with. Don't worry, I'll just sit here and watch you guys and the 9 Supremes get thrashed together. It's a wonderful show. 1 billion kilometers away, the Black Fog clone turned around and glanced at the dumbfounded 9-headed blood dragon, Xianxia Rock, and the gray-robed man. Before he could even finish his sentence, he had already entered the black, devilish palace beneath him. These words stunned all the experts in the surrounding void. Not only the high-level masters of the Big Five Alliance and the sects in the distance, but also the 4 legions of the Magic Hall and all the masters of the Skyriver sector behind them. It was understandable that he would stay in the Black Magic Hall. After all, the flesh clone and the skeleton clone of the 3 Blood Sea clones had been lured away. 1 billion kilometers away, there were still 3 Supreme Masters of the Ancients and 9 Supreme Masters of the Antiquity era in the camp of the Big Five Alliance. As long as he was not a fool or did not care about the army under his command, he would not leave at this time. He would stay here and at least serve as a deterrent. But what did the Master of the Magic Hall mean by his last sentence? He would stay here and watch the 3 Supreme Masters of the Ancients, including the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the 9 Supreme Masters of the Antiquity era, being tortured by the Human Federation? Was that possible? In the camp of the Magic Hall, he was the only one who was as powerful as the Supreme Masters of the Antiquity era. Although he could create 3 Blood Sea clones with the Blood Sea secret technique, 2 of them had been lured away by the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9-held Demon Crocodile. If the last Black Fog avatar that was left behind also sat in the Black Demonic Palace and watched from the sidelines, in such a big magic hall, who had the ability to beat up the 3 Supreme Masters of the Ancients and the 9 Supreme Masters of the Antiquity era at the same time? Any of the 3 Blood Sea clones of the Master of the Magic Hall would be able to achieve this. However, if it were anyone else, even the second most powerful being in the Magic Hall, the 6-headed Blood Dragon, would only be at the peak of the universe. He's just an exalted realm cultivator. He doesn't have that kind of strength, unless the Master of the Magic Hall had external help. Thinking of this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts were in their throats. The 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Xianxia Rock, the powerful beings in the gray robe, and the 9 powerful beings of the Desolation era for the Human Federation slightly changed their expressions and shrank their necks reflexively. This was clearly a sign of guilt. How could he not feel guilty? If the Master of the Magic Hall really did have reinforcements, then it had to be the ancestor of the Dark Tortoise tribe, the legendary giant tortoise that had lived from the prehistoric times to the present. That was an existence that was even more terrifying than the Crimson Unicorn and the 9-held Demon Crocodile. Back then, its cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Master of the Ancients, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao realm. Even if it hadn't fully recovered, it should at least be on par with the Master of the Magic Hall, right? If such a terrifying existence came, the 3 first-stage desolate supremacies, the Xianxia Rock, and the powerful beings in the gray robe, as well as the 9 Supreme Masters of the Human Federation, definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a few slaps from that terrifying existence, even if they worked together. Play. In the void, all sorts of discussions quickly sounded like a tide. What's going on? The Black Fog clone of the Master of the Magic Hall actually retreated into the Black Magic Hall, and from his words, it's clear that he doesn't plan to make a move. This is what it should be. If the last Black Fog clone is lured away, then the 4 armies below the Black Magic Hall will instantly be in trouble. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Master of the Magic Hall will be all alone, and he will bear the consequences. Therefore, this Black Fog clone won't leave so easily and will stay in the sky above the 4 armies. But what did he mean by watching a good show just now? Could it be that there's an existence in a Magic Hall that's on par with him? If there really is, why hasn't he appeared yet? Could it be that giant tortoise ancestor of the Dark Tortoise tribe? That's highly possible. If that giant tortoise comes, then the Great Five Alliance will probably suffer a tragedy today. Look, over there. Hiss, what a grand display. This is too shocking. In the end, the whispered discussions turned into shocked exclamations. Almost everyone turned their heads at the same time and looked into the distance behind them. The sound of cold air being sucked in was like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. In that direction, they could see a treasured carriage that was 1,000 feet long. It was speeding over in the void. The entire carriage was purple gold in color, and it emitted a metallic luster. Every inch of the carriage had a purple gold halo rising, and it was like a dense fog. The surroundings were engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was covered with mysterious runes, exuding an incomparably simple aura. As for the space, the area outside the carriage was divided into two parts. The latter part had a dome, like a secret room. From the outside, it was only a few hundred feet wide, but this type of treasure definitely used spatial techniques, and it had a lot of space inside. The front part didn't have a dome or four walls, but it was shrouded by a layer of purple gold fog. If one stepped into the carriage, they could choose to sit in the front part to enjoy the scenery, and they could also choose to enter the carriage. The fog in the front part of the courtyard was translucent, as if it was separated by a layer of purple gauze, and they could vaguely see everything inside. It seemed like there were many figures, but it wasn't real. It could be said that this carriage was simply luxurious to the extreme, and the aura it emitted was actually a primordial treasure, a legendary existence. What was even more shocking was that there were actually 9 black dragons that were 1,000 feet long in front and behind the carriage. One circled behind the carriage, and there was another one on the left and right sides, and there were 6 black dragons pulling the carriage in front. The 9 black dragons were all solid entities, and they weren't energy shadows. The aura emitted from their bodies was actually that of a primordial almighty figure, and it was simply so terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. After a short period of dead silence, all kinds of shocked exclamations sounded again like a tide. What? A primordial treasure? This is simply unheard of. It's too extravagant. Looking at the structure of this lawn carriage, it doesn't seem to have any offensive field. Everything seems to be just for the sake of pursuing a kind of comfort and luxury. For this, they actually made a lawn carriage that was used as a means of transportation into the primordial era. Treasure. How extravagant is this? I don't know where the person in the carriage came from, but this kind of extravagance is too amazing, and it's definitely not something that the 3 main planes of the starry sky can have. Even the bloodline ancestors of the big clans can't make such extravagance. That's not all. In my opinion, even among the various forces in the void of the untainted land, it is impossible for there to be a similar existence. I have never heard of it before. Where did this lawn carriage and the existence inside it come from? These are not important. The only thing I care about now is he an enemy or a friend? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 4740. It was Yi Xian who had arrived at the critical moment. To be precise, it should be Yi Xian's black fog clone that had transformed into Yi Xian's appearance. Not only was his appearance unrecognizable, but even his bloodline and aura were exactly the same. This could be easily achieved by the Blood Sea secret technique. Even the powerful beings of the remote antiquity era would definitely not be able to see through it. However, Yi Xian did not show his face now. Through the fog curtain in the front yard of the Demon Dragon's imperial carriage, only some vague figures could be seen. It was very hazy, and it was impossible to count how many figures there were. At this time, he was half leaning on the ground in the front yard of the Demon Dragon's imperial carriage that was covered with the fur of the top-grade fierce beasts. He was being served by Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity era. One was massaging his shoulders, the other was massaging his legs, or passing him a glass of spirit wine, or 2 spirit fruits. He was as happy as a celestial being. The 7 beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity era were Corpse Ancestor Drought Demon, Corpse Ancestor Ho Ching, Desolate Electro Lady, Ninth Heaven Fairy, Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Xianxia Fairy. In the distant desolate antiquity era, they were once known as the 7 beautiful cultivators of the desolate antiquity era, and were famous for a time. Later, an unprecedented war broke out in the desolate antiquity era, and all 7 of them fell. Although they had been reborn for some time in this life, they basically did not show their faces in the outside world. Even if they did, it was in the primordial void. Most of the time, the 7 beautiful cultivators had been in seclusion to recover. It could be said that today was the first time they publicly appeared in the outside world after they were reborn in this life and almost recovered to the peak of their cultivation in their previous life, of course, because the 7 beautiful cultivators were also in the front yard of the demon dragon's imperial carriage. Their figures could not be seen. From the outside world, they were also faintly discernible. Whoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air. Amidst the waves of exclamations from the outside world, the demon dragon's imperial carriage came from the distant void and entered within 10 billion miles of the rising sun forbidden land. They were clearly here for the forbidden land of the rising sun. After realizing this, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were guessing whether the mysterious existence in the luxurious carriage was an enemy or a friend of the forbidden land of the rising sun. Of course, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had already guessed who the newcomer was. They did not know that Yi Xian had already escaped and created a clone. But now he had basically guessed this point. Before Yi Xian brought them to the forbidden land of rising sun, the demonic dragon imperial chariot had already been refined. It was just that the 9 black dragon corpses had not yet been integrated. In reality, even the green ox had guessed it. At this moment, it was rolling its eyes. It roughly understood that this person was going to act pretentious again. Other than that, the other higher-ups of the 4 legions of the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of the rising sun were basically in the dark. At this moment, when they saw this luxurious carriage heading straight for the forbidden land of the rising sun, it could be said that their hearts were in their throats subconsciously. If even they were in such a state, it was obvious that the countless masters in the 5 Great Alliances army 1 billion miles away were even more so, especially the 9-headed blood dragon, the blue sky rock, the supreme beings in the gray robe, and the 9 supreme beings from the primordial era, who were from the Human Federation. Their eyes widened, and they held their breaths. At this moment, they were extremely worried about the existence in the Imperial Chariot. It was the reinforcements invited by the Master of the Magic Hall. If that was the case, it would be really bad. After all, how could the existence with such extravagance be weak in terms of cultivation strength? Just the people pulling the carriage were already 9 supreme beings from the primordial era black demonic dragons at the same time as the demonic dragon imperial chariot sped over here, getting closer and closer in the top-floor control cabin of the central flagship of the Sky River Sector Army behind the 4 legions of the Magic Hall. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Imo Wentan, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other higher-ups of various forces in the Sky River Sector, including Old Man Xin Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small idol forces and families, were all here. They were all gathered here, including the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaoxia and Zhao Qianru. The 3 little girls were all here now. Everyone's eyes were focused on the holographic 3-dimensional screen in front of them. There, the demonic dragon imperial chariot, which was heading towards the forbidden land of the rising sun, could be seen. The 3 girls of the purplish warbler had been staring at the demonic dragon imperial chariot on the holographic screen for a while. At this moment, the suspicion on their faces grew stronger and stronger. In the end, they subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. Whispers that sounded like sleep-talking came out of their mouths in an instant. Strange, this imperial chariot looks. Why does it feel so familiar? It's simply an upgraded version of that guy's 9 dragons, Cyan Luan chariot. Sister Xing, Sister Qianru, do you think that guy is here? How is that possible? Hearing this, the purplish warbler was stunned for a moment. There was a burning light of hope in her eyes, but it soon dimmed. Shaking her head, a wry smile appeared on her face, and then she continued, although the 9-dragon San Juan chariot that he swindled from the Demon clan is also of this style and extremely luxurious, it can't be compared to this imperial chariot in terms of grade. Yes, it is clearly a desolate era treasure, the top existence. Besides, although the 9 dragons Phoenix chariot also had 9 black dragons, they were just illusions and did not have any attacking ability. However, this Phoenix chariot, which is an ultimate treasure of the primordial era, is clearly pulled by 9 black dragons. These are 9 powerful desolate era almighty beings. If it was really that guy who was sitting in the imperial chariot with his cultivation strength, he would have been devoured by the backlash. How could he be so relaxed? What's more, speaking of this, the purplish warbler curled her lips and glanced at the holographic image in front of her with a look of disdain on her face. He said disdainfully, "Although the front yard of this lawn carriage is blocked by a layer of fog, and I can't see clearly, I can vaguely see that there are many figures inside. There are at least 6 or 7 people. Moreover, most of them are female cultivators. Their figures are very good. Only the guy lying in the middle seems to be a man half lying and being served by a group of female cultivators. What the hell is this?" At first glance, I can tell that he is not a good person. Although that guy is annoying, he would not do such a thing. If it is really him, I will twist his ear off. Come on, yes or no? After hearing what Sister Xing said, Xianxia also thinks that it can't be him. If he really dares to abandon us and fool around with other female cultivators outside, not to mention his ear, Xianxia will pluck off that thing and crush it. Although she did not say it explicitly, as long as it was a man, he would instantly understand what Duanmu Xianxia was talking about. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the others on the side subconsciously clamped their legs and gasped. Their faces all changed color, and they all turned to look at old man Duanmu. Cough, cough, cough. The old guy's face turned red, and he almost choked on his own breath. His face was full of despair. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4741. If he really dares to abandon us and fool around with other female cultivators outside, not to mention his ears, I will pluck off his ears and crush them. As she spoke, Duanmu Xianxia stretched out her right hand. Her palm was open, and her 5 fingers were bent, making a fierce, pinching gesture. Seeing this scene, Purplish Warbler and Zhao Qianru gasped at the same time. Their beautiful eyes widened, and then their cheeks instantly turned red to their necks. They chased after Duanmu Xianxia and were about to teach her a lesson. You wicked girl, it's been decades. Why are you still so impatient? You dare to say anything. Don't you see if there's anyone else here? It's so embarrassing, my image is ruined by you. Stop right there, don't run. I promise I won't beat you up. While fooling around, the 3 girls gradually ran away. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other high-level members of various forces in the Sky River sector, including Old Man Xin Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-level members of small idle forces and families. After shaking their heads and smiling bitterly, they gradually withdrew their attention and once again looked at the holographic image screen in front of them. Outside, at the edge of the forbidden land of rising Sunday, whoosh, an incomparably sharp sound broke through the air. Under the gazes of hundreds of millions of people, this luxurious carriage, pulled by 9 black, demonic dragons, came from the void in the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, almost faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it abruptly stopped in the void, and at this time, it had already arrived at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun and the 4 major legions of the Magic Hall, only less than 100 million miles away. Walala. At this moment, 7 figures suddenly rushed out from the fog-like curtain in the front yard of the demonic dragon carriage. They were all women, and whether it was in appearance or figure, they were all peerless beauties. Compared to the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xianxia, and Zhao Qianru, these 3 beauties, even the most beautiful women in the world, were slightly inferior. In fact, among the experts from various forces from the 3 main planes of the starry skies, there were actually many experts who had seen the corpse ancestor Hitorigami of the 7 of them. Back in the Shadow Devil star domain of the 2nd universe, Yixian finally escaped the disaster by relying on the corpse ancestor Hitorigami. However, at that time, the corpse ancestor Hitorigami and the corpse ancestor Hitorigami was shrouded in a blood-like corpse flame, and his true face was not revealed. Not to mention, she hadn't even recovered her sempiternal realm cultivation back then. Not only was her disposition completely different from how it was now, even her appearance had become more exquisite as her cultivation rose over the years. She had changed quite a bit as well. Therefore, at this moment, the 7 beautiful cultivators suddenly appeared. They walked out of the demon dragon's imperial chariot and lined up in the void in front of the imperial chariot. Regardless of whether it was the experts from the 3 main planes of the starry skies or the void that originally lived in this primordial world fragment, none of the ferocious beasts and survivors in the sky looked familiar. Only Zhao Dong, Qin Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Green Ox, and the other confidants of Yi Xian, who had seen a few of them before, smiled bitterly in their hearts. However, they did not show it on their faces, so as not to arouse suspicion and give themselves away. Wow, these 7 sisters are so beautiful. I didn't expect there to be such beautiful female cultivators in the world. It's really in the top floor control cabin of the flagship of the Skyriver Star Region Army. The 3 girls had returned to the holographic screen. The moment Zhao Qianru and the purplish warbler saw that his 7 gorgeous cultivators, their eyes narrowed, and they subconsciously gasped. They were stingy with their compliments. Duanmu Xiaocha also had a look of admiration on her face. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes. This kind of beauty and temperament are indeed rare. They're almost comparable to the 3 of us sisters, not far away. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other upper echelons of the various forces in the Skyriver Star region rolled their eyes when they heard this. They turned to look at Old Man Duanmu again. At this moment, the old man's face was already filled with grief and indignation. His neck was red, but he turned a deaf ear to it, as if he did not hear anything. At this moment, in the void outside, in the 2 armies facing each other billions of kilometers away in the void of the universe, countless experts' hearts were in their throats when they saw the 7 gorgeous cultivators rush out of the demon dragon's imperial carriage and line up in front of them. Ziyan, greetings, Lord Demon Master. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the 7 gorgeous cultivators suddenly bowed in unison toward the Black Devil Palace that was close to 100 million miles away. Their voices were like that of orioles, incomparably pleasing to the ear. My master has come a long way in response to Lord Devil Master's invitation. The 7 of us greet Lord Demon Master. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the void was instantly in an uproar. On the side of the 4 armies of the Magic Hall and the army of the Skyriver Star region, everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The hearts that had been in their throats all this time were completely settled. A relaxed expression appeared on all of their faces. At least, the purpose of this mysterious existence in the carriage was confirmed. He was not an enemy, but a friend. It turned out that he was the reinforcement invited by the master of the Magic Hall. No wonder he had said those words of watching a good show of affection. In addition, since this person arrived, he had put on airs and did not show himself. Instead, he stayed in the luxurious carriage and asked the 7 maids to greet the master of the Magic Hall on behalf of him. It was obvious that he thought that his status was not inferior to that of the Demon Master. In fact, the Hall Master might even surpass him. Otherwise, how would he dare to put on airs like this? Based on this point alone, his cultivation strength was definitely not weaker than that of the Master of the Magic Hall. As long as he took action, he would be able to deal with the 3 supreme masters of the ancients, including the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, and the Grey Robe remnants, as well as the 9 supreme masters of the ancients from the Human Federation. There was no suspense at all. At the same time, while the 4 armies of the Magic Hall and all the masters in the army of the Skyriver Star region heaved a sigh of relief, in the distant void 1 billion miles away, countless masters in the huge army of the 5 alliances were hanging in suspense. His heart, which had been stuck in his throat, had also calmed down, but with a plop, they sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. This is bad. The person who came was actually an enemy, not a friend. This is really troublesome. Although the existence in the carriage had not shown himself yet, judging from his ostentatious appearance and arrogance, he was clearly not a person to be trifled with. How could he say that he was tired? No matter how far away he was, he sat in the luxurious carriage and enjoyed the service of the 7 maids all the way here. What was there to be tired about? Based on this point alone, it showed that this person's means were absolutely extraordinary. What's more, in addition to the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage, the 7 beautiful maids were all supreme masters of the ancients, and they were even stronger. They were already in the late stage of the 7th stage. Even if the master in the carriage had not shown himself yet, just the 7 beautiful maids and the 9 black dragons were already 16 powerful supreme masters of the ancients. It was simply despairing. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4742. We are all on the same side, so there is no harm. Just as the 7 gorgeous cultivators finished speaking, the voice of the master of the magic hall was transmitted from the magic hall hundreds of millions of miles away. My 2 avatars have already been dispatched. This black fog avatar must stay in the magic hall and cannot participate in the battle. So, I will leave those guys on the other side to your master. Thank you for your trouble. Of course, this voice was prepared beforehand. After he finished speaking, there was no more movement. However, because of this voice, as long as the master of the magic hall did not appear, no one from the Great 5 Alliance would dare to approach. Invade the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. In fact, even if they had such thoughts, they did not have the time to do so. This was because after the master of the magic hall finished speaking, the 7 gorgeous cultivators turned around and looked at the Great 5 Alliance army from afar. They naturally understood that there was nothing in the Black Magic Hall. Furthermore, even if there was, it did not matter. The master of the Magic Hall was Xianxia, who was originally their master. It was only right for them to pay their respects. All right, the 7 of you, take the 9 demonic dragons and capture the 9 supreme beings over there. Right at this moment, a lazy divine sense voice sounded from the demon dragon imperial chariot floating in the void. It was clearly a man, and an extremely young one at that. Unfortunately, the divine sense voice had been deliberately disguised, so it wasn't very clear what it was. However, his meaning was very clear. Halfway through, he paused for a moment before adding, "It's just 9 supreme beings." Originally, there was no need for such a big show. However, there was an old monster at the peak of the 9th step among them. In order to prevent him from escaping, we had to make sure he didn't escape. Let's fight together. As for the 3 first step desolate supremacies over here, since I have nothing to do, I will personally deal with them. Just treat it as an exercise. The last sentence was clearly referring to the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the supreme being in the gray robe, who temporarily possessed the battle strength of a first-step desolate supremacy. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the 3 old fellows completely darkened. They gritted their teeth, and their faces were filled with resentment and unwillingness. It was one thing for the supreme ancient of the ancients to be looked down upon by the master of the magic hall, but now, a random existence that they didn't even know the name of was being treated in such a manner as well. This made them feel extremely sullen. Not to mention, this fellow had just said that his body was tired from rushing all the way. Now, he turned around and said that he wanted to make an example out of him. Just take it as stretching his muscles. The arrogance and despotism of his arrogance simply made one's hair stand on end. I've never heard of such an arrogant person. Even a master of the magic hall is more arrogant than him. Screech, screech, ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Right at this moment, in the distant void in front of them, in the area where the luxurious lawn carriage was located, 9 shocking howls suddenly sounded out. Everyone's gazes were drawn over, and they gasped one after another. Their faces were filled with shock, and they couldn't even let out a cry of surprise. At this moment, Xianxia used all his strength to activate the inner field of the demonic dragon imperial carriage. The 9 black dragons that had been incomparably quiet all this time suddenly moved. Although these 9 black dragons had fallen countless years ago, after being refined into the demonic dragon imperial carriage by Xian and the 9 dragons azure wand carriage, they were equivalent to puppets. As long as the inner field of the demonic dragon imperial carriage was activated, they would be turned into puppets. Like puppets, they would be activated and rush out to kill the enemy. In the past, Xian was limited by his own cultivation base and strength, so he was unable to display the true combat strength of these 9 demonic dragons. But now, this problem no longer existed. At this moment, along with the earth-shattering roar, the Luanji chariot shaft that was bound to their bodies instantly retracted. The 9 black dragons that were no longer bound instantly soared into the sky. Their figures, which were originally only 1,000 feet tall, quickly flew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their figures rapidly expanded. Boom! Rumble! The void resonated because of this, and an incomparably deep, rumbling sound was heard. In less than half a breath, the 9 black dragons had already reached 100 million feet in size. Each of them raised their heads and roared, instantly scattering in all directions, charging towards the human army that was 1 billion miles away. At the same time, Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 primordial great experts, all of whom were at the 7th stage of the primordial era, also soared into the air. They seemed to have formed an incomparably profound joint attack formation. Even though they were nearly 1 billion miles away, their auras had already locked onto them in an instant. The 9 primordial great experts in front of the Human Federation army. At the same time, an incomparably cold and delicate voice came out from their mouths as they soared into the air. Listen up, all unrelated people, retreat immediately. Our opponents are the 9 Supremes. The others don't have the qualifications to do so. Those who still stay at the front line within 3 breaths will be killed without mercy. You'd better not escape. Your auras have been locked onto. If anyone makes any strange movements, the 7 of us sisters will instantly lock onto him and kill him. Ruthless, 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 ruthless. Before the 7 of them could finish their delicate voices, among the group of higher-ups in front of the Human Federation army, everyone whose cultivation base was below that of a great expert had already turned pale. They quickly retreated. At the same time, the 9 black demonic dragons once again raised their heads and roared ruthlessly. Their bodies were like streaks of black lightning, and with extreme speed, they surrounded the 9 great experts of the Human Federation army in the blink of an eye. However, they did not attack because Yi Xian's order was for the 9 black dragons to form a second encirclement around them to prevent anyone from escaping. Of course, he did not intend to kill the 6 supreme experts of the 2 human camps. The order he gave to the 7 gorgeous cultivators was the same. However, the 2 ferocious beasts at the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation army had to die. To Yi Xian, those were 2 ferocious beasts' blood essences. As for the other one, who was also from the Senate of the Human Federation army, Yi Xian did not care at all whether she was dead or alive. It all depended on how the 7 gorgeous cultivators dealt with her at this moment. As the ruthless roars shook the heavens, the 9 black demonic dragons, each of which was 100 million feet in size, had already formed a layer of encirclement around them. The void within the encirclement was as large as 500 million miles. Obviously, this vast area of 500 million miles was the place where the bloody battle between the 7 gorgeous cultivators and the 9 powerful figures of the Human Federation took place. Such a large area was enough, even if it was a chaotic battle. After all, it was only a battle between great experts. There was still a certain gap between them and the supreme experts of the Ancients' army. "You've gone too far," Screech. At this moment, the 9 great experts of the Human Federation army finally realized that something was wrong. The strongest among them, the Python supremacy of the Federation army, who had reached the half-step desolate supremacy realm, raised his head and roared. His body instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 million feet in size, revealing his bloodline true body. His body was actually a red and green venomous starry sky python. Following closely behind was another ferocious beast supremacy from the Federation army. He also revealed his bloodline true body with a roar. His body was also 100 million feet tall, but he was a black-spotted tiger. Although he was powerful, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was only at the first level of the Great Expert realm. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M.